been like ongoing debate about so many industries, and other industries receive sales tax exemptions. It's not like the first time this has ever happened. So the question is whether data centers should somehow be considered differently.
Yeah, so this is definitely not a novel policy, and it's something states have used forever to compete with many industries. But I think the issue here is that data centers are a little bit different, particularly when you look at that jobs creation profile. So a Virginia audit found that a 250,000 square foot data center might have just 50 permanent jobs, half of which are contractors. And so that's well below, a comparable like auto plant or a distribution center. And then there's also concerns about the strain they put on local infrastructure, particularly energy. Of course, they use a whole lot of power. And so the concern here is that it will then raise power prices for consumers.
But thank you. Appreciate it.
Coming up, Mark Zuckerberg's AI hiring and spending spree, a big investment in scale AI. Now, there's news he's going after another AI company as well as its CEO. That story is next. Squawk Box coming right back.
It's about political points.
People deserve better fiscal.
It's terrible. Politics seeps into everything.
What do you mean? Talk about climate change or the economy or, of course, elections.
You can't
Order filled.
we should
Order
really
filled.
expect to happen.
But of course you can.
Go to IBKR's forecast trader.
Put your money where your mouth is.
Daily abilities and reduce muscle weakness.
It's my treatment, my way.
Bugatti Hydrulo for a weekend away, Steve.
It's travel ready and can go where I go.
Self-injection fits my plans.
Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. Most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
Order filled.
My Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection.
Reducing my symptoms.
That's treatment my way.
Ask your neurologist about Vyvgart Hytrulo.
Oh, what is that musty smell?
Oh, damp.
Damp. Oh, damp.
Hey, language.
Damprid traps excess moisture to eliminate musty smells. Get rid of the damp with Damprid.
For an active glow, one Clinique serum with 3 powerful actives. Lactic acid to help gently exfoliate, hyaluronic acid to help deeply hydrate, vitamin C to help brighten the look of skin. Plus, it's safe for sensitive skin. Activate your glow.
The new How to Train Your Dragon menu is now at BK. Get it before it disappears. Oh, toothless. Bold, tasty, and dangerously delicious. How to Train Your Dragon, only in theaters.
Introducing Old Navy Active. New styles, new colors, new stretch.
Order filled.
Order filled.
New feels. Old Navy.
Order submitted.
Meta moving to beef up its AI capabilities. CNBC now learning the social media giant tried to acquire AI startup Safe Superintelligence earlier this year. That startup had been launched by OpenAI co-founder Ilya Sutskever, which currently now has a valuation of $32 billion. This is the guy who left OpenAI, if you remember, was somebody who was trying to push Sam Altman out. He had been recruited into this world by Elon Musk. Originally into OpenAI, but we should mention that when Mark Zuckerberg was rebuffed, he rebuffed people. Acquihire.
Why?
Because you want the person so much.
Why water?
Like acquired. Acquihire. It's not about water.
Well, it sounds like it's about water. Like that new NVIDIA chip, the H2O.
Okay.
Coming up, President Trump needs a couple of weeks to decide on whether to strike Iran as the U.S. beefs up its forces in the region. Next, we're going to talk to retired 4-star Army General Stanley McChrystal, who served as commander of the U.S. forces in Afghanistan. about potential U.S. involvement in Israel and Iran and that conflict. Squawk Box returns in just a moment.
In the age of AI, smarter threats need even smarter protection. CrowdStrike Charlotte AI is delivering the future of cybersecurity for what's now and what's next. Built on the intelligence of every breach we stop and refined by human expertise, Charlotte AI gets smarter so your business stays safer. So you can build for tomorrow with confidence and efficiency and protect what matters most. That's why the businesses you trust CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
It's time to feed the dogs real food in the right amount. A healthy weight can help dogs live a longer, happier life. The Farmer's Dog makes weight management easy with fresh food pre-portioned for your dog's needs. It's an idea whose time has come.
Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
At AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blend backed by gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next generation of AG1.
The stock market is in chaos, and you need to take action now. My name is Mark Chaikin. I got my broker's license in 1966. I've invested through 9 recessions, several massive market panics, and many bull markets. Today I have a warning. During volatile market moves like the one we're in now, most people freeze up. They just hope everything will get magically better. And it's a recipe for disaster. You need a big picture plan, and you need to take specific actions starting today. My new full.
When you're actively trading, the fees really start to add up. Public is the only platform that offers rebates on your option trades, which help offset those costs. It's a simple way to help me keep more of what I earn.
Experience the power of CNBC Pro. Track your portfolio from every angle on one optimized platform. Become a smarter investor with the power of CNBC
Order
Pro.
filled.
Go to
Order submitted.
cnbc.com/getpro now.
The White House says President Trump will make a decision on whether to strike Iran within 2 weeks. Joining us now, retired 4-star Army General Stanley McChrystal, who served as the commander of the U.S. forces in Afghanistan. He is now founder and CEO of consulting firm McChrystal Group. His latest book is On Character Choices, or On Character Choices That Define a Life. And General, it's good to have you on this morning.
Thanks, Joe.
Up to this point, with what we have seen and what President Trump, how he's been managing through this, do you think at this point he has been doing the right things, and is the latest 2-week period to maybe negotiate or whatever we're talking about, is that the right approach in your view?
Yeah, I think it is. It's never wrong to take the time to make sure you've thought something through before you do it. We get enamored with the idea of striking all, bunker busting bombs with the idea that a single strike is going to decide something, and it is not. So this is a long-term decision. We need to figure out what long-term outcome we can achieve with Iran, not just with their nuclear program, but with all the things they've been doing in the region for decades now. And we've been looking at this for decades. We've war-gamed potential scenarios about dealing with Iran's nuclear capability for years and years and years. But taking 2 weeks, there's no hurry right now. Israel has clearly created a new opportunity by weakening Iranian air defenses. But the reality is that will stay for a while. And even if they then do a strike with American aircraft, that doesn't end it. There's going to be a day after, and we need to think about what we're going to do and how we'll navigate that.
We had retired General Wesley Clark on, and actually earlier this week, and he said some similar things, but said there should be a 2-track, system where you're ready to do something with the military, but you'd much prefer negotiating. Then he said a couple of things that I don't know, it got me. He said we should get Wendy Cutler to go in, and they wasn't sure whether Steve Whitcott could do it. And I almost said, we're going to send John Kerry in too. Is that really where we are right now? And the Journal has something today, General. Just 3 things. The isolationists are unwilling to make distinctions and treat each one of these interventions on their own. No one's talking about putting boots on the ground. This may be nothing like Iraq or Afghanistan. The other difference, Iran almost does have a nuclear bomb at this point. No one was saying that about Iraq at the time. And number 3, an endless war, the real endless war is what we've been seeing from Iraq since 1979. In so many ways, with so much exporting of terrorism and Hamas and all these proxies. Isn't it possible it really is different this time?
I don't think so. And I actually think he nailed it earlier this week. General Clark nailed it. And it was Wendy Sherman. He talked about going in a proven professional. You know, military power, there's a concept called Hanian fleet in being. And it means that your military power is greatest when you are not using it, when it is the potential for action. U.S. military power was its greatest in the year 2000. We had won the first Gulf War. We were a hyperpower. But after 2001, when we started to go into Afghanistan and Iraq, everybody could see how long the dog's leash was, what our limitations were, where we struggled. I think in the case of Iran, our power right now is greatest in its potential, its ability to coerce. So I actually think General Clark is exactly right. We've got to use that power for coercion, try to follow a diplomatic outcome, because the reality is, suppose we bomb, suppose we take out the nuclear capability, and we've got 90 million irritated Iranians who just say, we're at war with the United States, we're at war with Israel. Everything we can do around the world for as long as we live, we will do. And we say, well, they don't have nukes. They can do an awful lot without nukes, and they could be a great irritation. So for us to enter that, then you get the question, okay, how do you stop that? And at some point, someone will come up with a great idea. We'll put people inside Iran so that we can actually clean out the hornet's nest. And of course, as you just mentioned, that's problematic.
Well, we're back to assuming that Iraq and Iran are the same thing in terms of whether the population, if the mullahs finally lost power and that regime were out of power, I mean, maybe there's not roses being thrown like we were hoping in Iraq, but I'm not sure that it's necessarily the same situation. And when you talk about, well, we're going to hold it over their head, that we're going to, in the threat of military, that means you actually have to be willing to use the military force. And in the past, we didn't scare Iran. And the agreements that we came up with, all they did was find a way around them and cheat and
submitted.
You know, not let inspectors in when they said they would. I mean, how many? It's fool me once, it's my fault, or it's your fault. Fool me twice, it's my fault. I mean, we've been fooled how many times with Iran at this point? And what are the prospects for a Middle East that doesn't have that Iranian regime causing trouble everywhere, really with all its neighbors and around the world? That seems like a really... Do you agree with what Israel's trying to do, General?
Well, if I was Israeli, I absolutely would, because Iran's stated policy is to destroy Israel. Now,
we're the great Satan. We're the great Satan. They're little Satan. I mean, this is,
submitted.
You know, ask not for who. They're after us. They don't like us either, do they?
Let me plant a thought with you, Joe. If you were an Iranian citizen, even if you didn't support the Ayatollah or the regime as it exists, would you still want your country to be a nuclear-armed nation? And I would argue you probably would, because being a nuclear-armed nation gets you a level of respect in the world. Just look at who's got it and who doesn't have it. Look at what happens to countries who give it up. So if I was an Iranian citizen on the street, even if I wanted regime change, I would still like security for my country, and nuclear weapons would be an additional part of that. So if we assume that we're going to convince the Iranian people, you should just give up your military and your regime, they may give up the latter,
submitted.
But the reality is their heart may in fact want security.
Submitted.
It almost sounds like you're arguing that they're never going to diplomatically give up their nukes unless you actually take that from them.
Order
like if
canceled.
the Israelis were to destroy, or
Order
with the help
canceled.
of
Order filled.
the United States to destroy Fordo, and you're no centrifuges
Order
left,
submitted.
no scientists left. They're not going to have any choice at that point if they're always going to be holding on to this this aspiration to acquire nukes. This regime can never have a nuke, right?
Order
Well,
submitted.
what I am arguing is it's not 90 million irrational idiots in Iran. It's a bunch of rational people who see the world differently than we do. They have a different perspective. We may not agree with it, and we may, in fact, oppose it. We may resist it. We may do things against it. But we have to understand they come at it from a different angle, and they are going to have a level of commitment to that. Think of the North Vietnamese. During the Vietnam War, we thought that if we just increased bombing, we ratcheted up the pressure, we would get them to quit. What we didn't understand is they were asymmetrically committed to reuniting their country. There was no level of pain we could impose upon them that would cause them to quit. And they understood that we were different. We had a certain level of investment we were willing to make. Transfer that general concept to Iran and start to realize how we have to do diplomacy and action in all parts of the world.
Maybe I'm stuck in the past. I have the idea that, I mean, there were problems with the Shah and the whole pre-1979, but it was a far better place for its people. You may know, I don't know whether the 92 million, now we know it's 92 from Tucker Carlson. I'm not sure they're all behind this regime. I think it's some type of possibility for an Arab Spring if this were to happen. Once again, maybe I'm naive about it, but you think that the people are behind this regime's aspiration for nukes, 100%?
I think you have to separate the two. I think people can be against a regime and still believe in the nationalist cause of Iran, which could include nuclear weapons as part of their defense. Those are two separate issues.
So the best possible case, in your view, would be Israel does it on their own. And we assist from, as we have in the past with Israel, but we don't get directly involved. That's the best outcome, in your view?
No, I'm not sure. I think that what we ought to do, I'm not inside the White House now. It may be the right thing for us to help with a strike so we can put this program back far
After
enough.
all this, now you're agreeing with me. I don't know. Okay, now I'm just confused. Now I don't. so now we've come to all right, we come full circle. I'm glad we agree, General. Thanks for your time this morning. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Okay.
Coming up, we're going to get into the Middle East, military action, global security, AI wars, and so much more with Palantir co-founder Joe Lonsdale. That's going to happen in just a couple minutes. Do not go anywhere. Squawk Box coming right back.
America is built with perseverance, resilience, and determination. And you can put that strength to work in your portfolio with BAM Mutual Insured Bonds. BAM protects municipal bond investments that finance the backbone of our country. You'll invest with the confidence of an added layer of security and guaranteed income you can count on. Invest with strength. Build a stronger tomorrow with BAM Insured Bonds.
At Public, the high-yield cash account's a no-brainer. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it. It's very simple. Better rates mean faster growth, and that's exactly what I need.
When your home needs work, where do you go?
Angie. That's where Angie came in.
With Angie, find top-rated pros in your area, plus compare quotes and pricing to help you get all your jobs done well. Find top-rated pros in your area at Angie.com.
When logic bends, when certainties shatter, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
University of Maryland Global Campus is a school for real life, one that values the successes you've already achieved. Earn up to 90 undergraduate credits for relevant experience and get the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. What will your next success be?
When pioneering investments create waves of change, waves that ripple across the world. When an investment elevates travel experiences. When an investment nurtures innovation and accelerates new technologies to expand your horizons and go further than you ever dreamed you could. That's the PIF effect.
Order submitted.
This is Judy and Pedro. They just bought their first home and are learning a lot. Thanks to Google, Pedro knows more than he wanted to about gravel. And Judy wouldn't call herself a plumber, but she dabbles.
Wait, how do these things work together? Honey, I did it!
At Ace, however you grill, we've got the perfect one for you. Because only your local Ace has all the best brands in one place, like Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, and Blackstone. That sounds pretty perfect.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Introducing Old Navy Active. New styles, new colors, new stretch, new feels. Old Navy, new move.
Coming up, Joe Lonsdale, co-founder of Palantir and investor in many other defense companies in his 8 VC portfolio. We're going to discuss Israel, the Iran conflict, and so much more. And then later, an exclusive interview with Federal Reserve Governor Christopher Waller to get inside the mind of the Fed. That's at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. We're coming right back.
Gina Costa, looking simply stunning. What's this? She's opening her Fidelity app to buy that stock with no fees or commissions. Because what does Gina got?
Gina's got the look.
That never gets old.
Talk about easier investing.
Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
Silver is at a 10-year high. Kootenai Silver boasts one of the largest resources owned by a junior company. With the new high-grade discovery in Mexico, the potential for growth and leverage to silver is significant. Kootenai Silver.
Food is Gina's passion, but diabetes threatened to take that all away. With Dexcom G7, Gina learned how different foods affect your sugar levels in real time, so she doesn't have to choose between the foods that she loves and her health.
Zepbound means change. For adults with obesity, to help lose weight and keep it off. Zepbound can help adults lose up to 48 pounds. And some lost over 58 pounds.
Zepbound works differently by activating 2 naturally occurring hormone receptors in my body.
It's changing what I believe is possible when it comes to weight loss.
Don't take if allergic to it, or if you or someone in your family had medullary thyroid cancer or multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Tell your doctor if you get a lump or swelling in your neck. Stop Zepbound and call your doctor if you have severe stomach pain or a serious allergic reaction. Severe side effects may include inflamed pancreas or gallbladder problems. Tell your doctor if you experience vision changes, depression, or suicidal thoughts before scheduled procedures with anesthesia. If you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills. Taking Zepbound with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and worsen kidney problems. I'm working to help break the cycle of weight loss and regain.
Zepbound means change.
Discover the weight loss you could be bound for.
Ask your healthcare provider about Zepbound. Explore savings options today.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. President Trump saying he's going to decide whether the U.S. will strike Iran within the next 2 weeks. Join us right now to discuss the conflict in the Middle East, the AI tech wars, so much more. Joe Lonsdale is here, co-founder of Palantir, founding partner at 8VC. His investments across the defense industry include Anduril, which is ranked now as CNBC's, the top, I should say, of CNBC's disruptor list. So there you go.
Well deserved.
What do you think is going to happen? I'm not what you want to happen. What do you think is going to happen?
Let's make sure he knows what's going on first. You know the population of Iran?
The population of the Death Star.
He now knows. Everybody knows. 92 million.
Everyone knows it's not.
Right,
92
General
million.
McChrystal just told us 92 million Iranians are all jonesing for a nuke.
No.
That's ridiculous. The reality here that people, if you want to understand Iran versus other places, is the people of Iran, the Persian people, the Kurds, the others there, they're much more natural allies of the Jews, of USA, of the West. This was a very modern country before it was conquered by these insane theocrats.
That's exactly what I was saying.
That's a very important point to understand.
But they were going to throw flowers at us in Iraq. That never happened, did it?
Yeah, well, and I'm not saying they're going to throw flowers at us here, but this is a lot different situation. And it's I work with a lot of amazing Persian people. I'm really excited to invest in Iran if we can get this country to be some sort of republic, not run by crazy people. And that's a lot easier than doing that in Afghanistan or somewhere else.
Well, so how much do you think this is about? We were talking to the Minister of the Economy in Israel. Is it about regime change, like full-on regime change in Iran, versus just eliminating the nuclear threat?
Well, it's very clear that this administration says it's about eliminating the nuclear threat. That's their goal. I respect that. When we attacked Iraq 20 years ago, even then I thought it was a mistake versus going after Iran. Iran's clearly a really evil regime. So I've been against the Iranian regime. I've been for freeing Iran for a long time. That is not what this administration says they're doing, and I respect that. I think it is critical we get rid of the nukes.
Okay, so from what you know, as somebody who I think of as inside the defense industrial complex, there's a question, this is actually a very technical question, just about these buster bunker bombs. Do you think that they can actually do the job? Because that is the fundamental question that I think Trump is trying to figure out. If it works, I think he may do it. If he's convinced that it may not work, it's a different question.
I'm told that they do the job. It seems to me there's no reason they shouldn't be able to do it. The other thing you can do is you can hit things multiple times, which is not a bad idea, which is probably what I would do even if I was told they worked, if I was the leader, just in case. But I'm told they work, and I think we have to use them.
But the Israeli Minister of Economy said, doesn't matter, one way or another.
We're doing it anyway. We're figuring it out.
So why do it as the United States? Why even get involved?
If people chant death to America for years, if people kill American soldiers, and then people try to build a nuke, you should make it clear they can't have a nuke. I think that's like a very basic thing. I don't understand what this new woke right's doing. I think we've actually shown that the vast majority of the right does not want them to have a nuke and supports that activity. There's a lot of Islamist bot accounts online right now trying to pretend that they're on the right, that they're against doing this. But
they're hitting me right now.
The new, what he is describing as the new woke right.
I heard, yeah.
Is the new woke right, is Steve Bannon and Tucker Carlson part of that?
Those guys are part of it, and a bunch of Pakistani accounts online pretending to be Christians are part of it. Let's be clear. There's like millions of fake bot accounts online as part of this. And yes, it is true. There's a lot of good people in MAGA who I respect who do not want to put more troops on the ground. They are angry about wasting trillions of dollars and lots of lives in the Middle East, and I think that is a legitimate thing to be angry about. That does not mean you don't stop crazy people from getting a nuke. It's very simple.
And it's possible that not all interventions are the same. And this might not, it doesn't have to be like Iraq and Afghanistan.
It's a childlike stubbornness because they're so angry about what happened before, which is unfortunate.
I want to pivot the conversation to AI for a moment, if you'd indulge me. We're watching one of the great soap operas of our time play out between Microsoft and OpenAI, and we can get into Elon in a moment. But what do you make of what's happening between OpenAI and Microsoft at this point? They were partners, they are partners, and now it sounds and seems increasingly almost every day like this is a fracturing relationship.
I mean, listen, Microsoft's preserving their optionality. They're partners in some ways, but it seems to me very clear from the outside that they're both preserving their ability to try to fight and win separately, which they have to do.
Can they? Meaning, so there's two issues, right? So for Sam Altman, he needs to be able to continue to raise capital, where this company still is not making money. It's dependent on continuing to raise capital almost repeatedly. At some point, hopefully, it gets to some kind of escape velocity where you don't need to do that. I don't know what you think of the economics of that business. At the same time, it's unclear to me where Microsoft really sits in terms of its own LLM efforts. Obviously, they hired Mustafa away to run that business, and I imagine there's lots of interesting things going on there, but we don't see them in part because they're offering, OpenAI as part of their Copilot service.
From the outside, it seems like a mistake to me that they're fighting. Everyone's saying, oh, wow, Elon's having to spend $1 billion a month, on his efforts. I think OpenAI is something like $4 billion a month on their efforts, right? And it seems like Microsoft would be a really good thing to have as a close ally. It's not clear to me when these things get profitable. I think a lot of people claim they're going to be profitable in a few years, and they probably know it better than me. But this stuff's going to be really expensive for a while, and especially given that they're all fighting.
Can we talk about Doge? We often talk about Doge. I know you're an old pal of Elon's. What do you think about some of the comments that Elon has made about Doge recently, and just talk about fractured relationships, the fractured relationship with the Trump administration right now?
Listen, there's been a lot of mess there the last couple weeks. We still have a lot of our smartest friends working at Doge. They're still cutting billions of dollars of nonsense, so I'm really glad they're there. I don't want them to give it up. They're still fixing a lot of things with these different areas. You know, I guess I'm obviously supportive of everything Elon overall did there. I was a little frustrated with the comment he made earlier this week, which was that, oh, there's a tidal wave of AI coming, and therefore we don't need to worry about cleaning the beach of the government. I think that's actually the wrong conceptual model. The correct conceptual model, Andrew, is that AI is coming to our society, and it's really important that AI ends up lifting everyone up. And the way it's going to do that is through Western civilization's ways it works. So we have this civilization that's built based on the Enlightenment, based, its property rights, its Judeo-Christian values, its classical virtues. Like it's a functional civilization. We don't want to give that all up for AI. We want to go in. We want to make healthcare and education work better, but we have to do it through the way it works.
What did you think he was saying there? Because here he was for a very long time saying we need to actually make government more efficient, and then there seemed to be a little bit of a switch to say, actually, maybe not. Was that a lesson that he learned just sort of suffering in Washington in the swamp? Or do you think that was really a view that, AI really is going to change everything and basically everyone's wasting their time?
I think making government work better is really, really hard. It takes a lot of persistence, takes a lot of time. On the margin, his time might be better spent building these amazing AI companies, and I think that's completely legit. But I don't think we should discount the importance of fixing government, especially because of AI. Because if we want to have everyone do better in healthcare and education and government itself, these things need to be functional. They need to work with it. They need to block crony capitalism. That means functional government. So you need both.
Are you switching back, Tel Aviv stock market?
Order filled. Order canceled.
Do you think this is the possibility of an actual
order filled
spring come true?
Order submitted.
And if you get rid of these guys, the mullahs,
order submitted.
You've still got the Palestinian problem in Gaza and all these other things. Is it immediately usher in this golden age of the Middle East where everybody gets along and the Abraham Accords are signed by everyone?
It's not going to be everything perfect, but it could be pretty darn good because there's, Obama for some reason wanted the balance of power of these bad guys against everyone else.
He never said the words Islamic extremism.
No, you got these crazy.
I don't understand what
You have these crazy Islamic radicals funding the Houthis, funding Hamas, funding Hezbollah, creating terror around the region, forcing Qatar and others to play both sides. If you can actually take out those mullahs, you can get rid of that one axis. I think the Abraham Accords dominates. I think it's very good for Israel. It's very good for America. I think it is a lot more peaceful time.
We got to go, but I had one more AI question, but I know we've ping-ponged from thing to thing to thing. Mark Zuckerberg, Meta, spending more money than God right now, trying to pull, I don't know if you saw, Sam Altman says that he's offering some of his engineers $100 million bonuses.
Lonsdale knows what 9 figures is.
So you know what's going on.
I had to look up 9 figures.
So I want to know, but I want to know, does this make any sense? What's this going to do, by the way, to your business or anybody else who's who needs these people?
This is the talent war we're fighting now. I heard last month it was $40 million for someone. Before that was $20 million. We're regularly fighting for the very top talent for like $3 million, $4 million, $5 million. Guys like Dion Gross and Alexander Wang and others, they're probably worth huge amounts of money, and the market's adjusting to that. So I think Mark is actually sane, and he wants to fix his AI was a little bit screwed up. He wanted the best people to help fix it. He's paying for the best people.
And do you think it's going to happen? Because the other thing, listening to Sam, was he has a view, which I thought was interesting, which is if you pay people at that order of magnitude, that actually they don't necessarily, they're not there to make it happen. They're there for the paycheck. It's actually a very interesting question, because if I told you in advance I'm giving you $100 million, which obviously is life-changing money, it's interesting what you might do.
The way it always worked at places like Palantir and Attapar is you wanted low salary, high upside, and it's much better for the culture, so you're right about that. Some of these people are just such extraordinary talent that it might be more equivalent to like an NBA star you're bringing in, and sometimes the NBA star pays off.
Andrew, it's after tax, it's not $100 million, not exactly life-changing. I'm kidding. 50 is pretty good. 50 is not bad.
We'll call the staff. Get the family office going. Joe, it's nice to see you, sir.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
Oh, that Joe.
Yeah, that Joe.
It's nice to see me.
It's actually been very nice to see you.
Absence makes
it has.
We're back.
And I didn't tell you just about the number of viewers that we must have in Portugal randomly coming up to me
Great
who
place.
are fans of yours, no less.
Great place. I was there. Cascais and Esterville and Sintra. You went to Sintra?
I went to Sintra.
I could live in Sintra.
Could you?
Probably not.
You know who I think had
Beautiful,
I think Madonna used to live in Sintra.
A little quiet.
It's a little quiet. It's a little
but
quiet.
beautiful.
Meantime, not so quiet right now. 8 a.m. on the East Coast. You're watching Squawk Box on this Friday morning right here on CNBC. I'm Andrew Ross Sorkin, along with, yes, that Joe Kernan. Becky Quick is off today. Take a look at U.S. equity futures at this hour. We do have some green on the screen. We had some red before, so Dow up about 45 points, NASDAQ up about 30 points, the S&P 500 up about a little over 4 points right now. The 10-year, take a look at where the 2-year and the 10-year sit. 10-year at 4.4, 2-year at 3.967. Mr. Kernan.
All right, let's get to Mike Santoli at the New York Stock Exchange for a look at the trading day ahead. Hey, Mike.
Hey, Joe. You know, the market really has kind of worked itself into kind of a one-month pause right here below the all-time highs. Take a look at the S&P 500. It's basically done its best not to sort of over-extrapolate any one particular scenario when it comes to the Israel-Iran conflict. It's kind of stayed in this range just below 6,000. So, you know, is it kind of losing energy as it treads water here, or is it just sort of reloading? That's one of the questions. Also, didn't have too much of a reaction to the Fed decision and press conference on Wednesday. Definitely lost a little bit of an early rally, but really not necessarily a panic. Just kind of wait and see across the board. Wait and see on the Fed, wait and see on tariffs, wait and see on the Middle East. Take a look here at oil prices. WTI crude over 2 years relative to its 200-day average. It did just pop right above that longer-term average, although it did also do it early this year, and it really didn't mean anything about a trend change. I just want to also point out, you know, the 2-year range, it's mostly been contained by like $70 to $85 WTI crude. So obviously we've been able to coexist with oil prices at around those levels for a while now. So right now, even though the velocity and the angle of the move is pretty eye-catching, it's not necessarily at a level that seems to be too much of a macroeconomic threat yet. Do want to point out some of the kind of animal spirits infecting certain parts of the equity market. Take a look at FPX is an ETF that owns recent IPOs, and it's just about at a new high. This is a 5-year chart. Remember the whole SPAC IPO software unprofitable tech craze back in 2021? Well, we've kind of reloaded there. Biggest holding of this one is Palantir and some of the other sort of hot ones. So, you know, you're starting to see some of the speculative juices run a little bit, although not necessarily in the broader large cap universe, Joe.
All right, Mike. Very true. All that. Thank you. We'll see you again. Thanks.
Got a market flash before we go to break. Insurance company Aflac just disclosing a cybersecurity incident on its U.S. networks that took place on June 12th. It said that it stopped the intrusion by a sophisticated cyber crime group. It says this took place just within hours. They were able to stop it, and its systems, they say, were not affected by the ransomware. But Aflac said the attack did not affect its services for customers, but, and this is maybe the important point, some files containing claim information, health information, social security numbers, and customer information may have been compromised. So they got it, they say, within hours, but then there's this sort of laundry list of all the stuff that may have been exposed. And I think we're going to have to try to find out what really happened. Coming up, crypto expert Katie Hahn, one of the OGs. She's going to join us to talk about the new stablecoin bill in Congress. She's a former board member at Coinbase, Facebook's stablecoin project. And then we're going to talk about the Fed's rate path for the rest of the year. Fed Board Governor Christopher Waller is going to be with us in an exclusive interview. He'll take us inside the board of the Fed right after this.
Pedro's parents planned for adventure, but they didn't plan for him to make a new best friend. You were made to get more than you bargained for. We were made to help you save on packages. Expedia, made to travel.
At AG1, one of our values is the continuous pursuit of excellence. for over 15 years. We have upgraded AG1, adding ingredients that the research said would support nutrient gaps and gut health. It's time for the next generation of AG1. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blends backed by multiple gold standard clinical trials. Our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better.
Nothing stands still. Not economics, not the market, and not Franklin Templeton. We've been navigating market ups and downs for over 75 years. Trusted by advisors and investors to deliver perspective and strategies for even the most volatile of markets. Empowering advisors with solutions to build nimble portfolios for today and beyond. Franklin Templeton, your trusted partner for what's ahead.
I think the thing that I do best is taking complicated ideas and making them understandable. It's my favorite thing to do. My ambition is to remain at the cutting edge. I adhere to work hard, play hard. I think if you're going to do something, you might as well do it well.
Everyone's talking about how to get more protein in their diet. Well, stop talking and head to Subway for tons of delicious protein-packed footlongs, like the Ultimate BMT, loaded with 54 grams of protein, or the All-Pro Sweet Onion Chicken Teriyaki, coming in at 58 grams of protein, all on irresistible fresh-baked bread. And now, Subway MVP Rewards members can buy any footlong in the app and get another for just $1. Get all the protein you crave at a price you can't resist. Order now on the Subway app.
So my biggest thing is I seek validation from other people. Like, what if I put myself out there and, like, people don't like it, but I like it, though?
You gotta be okay with looking crazy. It's just that feeling inside. You cannot lose that spark.
I post on my story, I be rewatching my story like, I hit that.
Earlier this week, the Senate passing the Genius Act, the first federal framework for stablecoins. Joining us right now in an exclusive interview, I keep calling her the OG. She really is one of them. Katie Hahn, founder and CEO of Hahn Ventures. She was previously on the board of Facebook's stablecoin project and former board member of Coinbase when the company launched USDC. Good morning, Katie. It's been a long time. How are you?
Good morning. It has been a long time. I'm doing well. How are you? Thank you for having me.
I'm great, thanks. In terms of the Genius Act and what comes next, obviously the House is what comes next, but where do you see the fault lines in all of this? And to the extent it changes the stablecoin world, you know, we have Circle just went public, obviously. What does the stablecoin world look like to you a year or two out after all of this?
Well, it looks much bigger, not just after the Genius Act. It was already growing. And, you know, I debated Paul Krugman, the economist, in 2018 on stablecoins, and you can go watch it on YouTube. And I said then this made a lot of sense. And just because a wise person told me, just because something's inevitable doesn't mean it is imminent. And indeed, while many people have been declaring the blockchain and digital asset space dead over the last few years, we have been investing into stablecoin infrastructure, stablecoin applications. And I think what we've seen, Andrew, is just tremendous growth. Let me give you 3 statistics that I know you had Jeremy and Circle, a lot of buzz there, but let me give your viewers 3 stats on stablecoins. Something that didn't even exist, you know, 6 years ago, 7 years ago. $250 billion of supply, and that's up so much year over year. I mean, the growth has been really exponential. You're talking about just over a year ago, $100 billion of stablecoin supply. So it's really growing very rapidly, and we think that growth will continue, particularly with the advent of the Genius Act. But it's not just that. Another statistic that I think people are surprised to learn about stablecoins is stablecoin transaction volume for the first time eclipsed the transaction volume of Visa last year. I'm not sure if you knew that. And then the third thing about stablecoins is they're now the 14th largest holder in the world of U.S. Treasuries, having surpassed the economies of Germany and Norway as the largest holders.
So, Katie, but that raises to me a whole other question, and I think one that's worth delving into, which is, to the extent there are risks in our economy and in our system, what is the chance that the stablecoin universe is upended in some way that we don't understand? Because either there are not enough treasuries that are backing the stablecoins, and a player is not as compliant as you want them to be. That's on one end of it. The other end of it is if you have the concentration that we're talking about of one company or a group of companies owning so many treasuries to try to back the stablecoins, how should we think about that?
Yeah. Well, when I'm talking about stablecoins, Andrew, also let me be really clear. I'm really talking about fiat-backed, one-to-one, dollar-backed or fiat currency-backed stablecoins. I'm not talking about algorithmic-backed stablecoins, although a really interesting idea. We did see some spectacular failures in that area not too long ago. So what I'm talking about are fiat-backed. And in many ways, I think one of the really great things about stablecoins, fiat-backed, particularly with this legislation, is, for every one USDC that Circle issues, there is $1 in a, for example, JP Morgan bank account. And we all woke up to the limitations of the fractional reserve banking system with Silicon Valley Bank. So this is fully reserved. And I think that's important. But you mentioned the Genius Act, and I think let's come right back to that, because I think the space you said you called me an OG. I've been in the space for 10 years. One of the things I've been saying since I first came on your show, I've been asking for regulatory clarity and more rules of the road. And I think the Genius Act is exactly that. And I think, if you're talking about risks, let's get some legislation in. So that's why I think it was really exciting that Senate Democrats and Senate Republicans came together to pass this historic bill. But may I say, I think the really transformational crypto framework is also the market structure bill. And I know there's been a lot of talk of both. Of course, the question that has stymied kind of courts and crypto founders is what's a security, what's a commodity, who's going to regulate those? And there's a perfect opportunity for the Senate and the House to also get that bill. And I think we saw 70 House Democrats last year join in support of a bill like that. So let's get both passed. And I think that's really... Yeah.
Katie, what do you make of just, the reason I was focused on just the risks in the system, because actually now as this business is really growing, we were speaking to the CEO of Tether before. Obviously, people have been demanding more transparency from that company, for example, for a long time. Where are the risks in the system to the extent there are some that we should be thinking and concerned about, if at all?
Well, look, I think some of the risks exist in the same banking system, right? Let's have audits. If you talk about USDC, which is a large stable coin, after Tether, it's the second largest market cap. I mean, you're talking about two issuers, Coinbase and Circle. Those are public companies. They're audited by Big Four accounting firms. So let's see, and if companies are going to stay private, let's see the audits happen every year. And I think, I'm not sure about Tether, but I do believe they have a board. Do they have an audit and risk committee? I'm not sure. You'd have to, when you have follow on next time, you'll have to ask those questions. And those are the questions I would be asking. But I know with respect to USDC, I've been familiar with Circle and with Coinbase for a long time. And, when I served on the board of Coinbase, I saw those audit reports and I saw the procedures and processes in place. And again, I think that's where not all stable coins and not all stable coins are created equal. I can really speak mostly to USDC given my history and experience, but there are other great stable coins out there. And I know that others are in the works too. Paxos has one also, for example. And we'll see others emerge, I suspect. A lot of people talk about the market opportunity, Andrew, of issuers. But as I mentioned, there's the orchestration layer also plays an important role. Kind of think of it as Grand Central Station, the rails. That's a really important piece of this all too. And what kind of companies are those? I mean, we saw Stripe just acquire Bridge for $1 billion. And Bridge is not the only game in town, right? We also have, for example, BVNK. That's another orchestrator for the stablecoin space. And I think the reason that you're seeing a lot of new entrants is because the market opportunity is so big.
Hey, Katie, I know just enough to be dangerous about stuff like this. So this might be a stupid question, but if a couple of times you said, hey, it's based on fiat. If you say that to like someone who's orange pilled, it's like, based on fiat. It's like, that's the whole rationale for Bitcoin. So what can we do to make a stable coin based on Bitcoin, or Bitcoin eventually become analogous to what a stable coin is if it finally gets to a point where it just has a very stable, does that ever happen as we get closer to, I don't know.
I think, look, Joe, I think I'm glad you brought up, I think you're talking about Bitcoin, and I'm glad you brought up Bitcoin. We're obviously also long Bitcoin, and I don't think the two are mutually exclusive. In fact, zooming out, Bitcoin is the granddaddy of them all. This is what launched Satoshi's white paper. If you read it from 2008, it called for an electronic peer-to-peer payment network. So really, stable coins are kind of the original vision of Satoshi. Now, Joe, as you mentioned, there's been a lot of volatility historically in Bitcoin. And, think about gold. People forget gold lost 30% of its value in the 1970s. I mean, there's no denying that Bitcoin has been volatile. But let me tell you an interesting statistic about Bitcoin that your viewers might or might not know. We're still so early. And by the way, we're still so early in the stablecoin space. Although I gave you all those impressive stats, the reality is only 0.2% of payments in the world are made with stablecoins. So we still have a lot of room left to go. Same is true, by the way, on Bitcoin. And those of us who have been watching Bitcoin and investing in Bitcoin for a long time, like we have, we look at the Bitcoin space and we think right now it clearly has product market fit as a store of value. Now, will that ever morph? Will things like the Lightning network on top of Bitcoin also play in the same world as stablecoins? Maybe. But what I will tell you right now is Bitcoin is seeing some real institutional adoption. And here's the statistic I was going to give your audience. In traditional asset classes, you've got traditionally about 80% of other asset classes are held by institutions and 20% are held by retail. And in Bitcoin today, we think it's still so early because the institutions are still just at the beginning of coming in, to the point that Bitcoin, only 10% of the world's Bitcoin is held by institutions. So really, it's very much flipped from other asset classes, and we're starting to see that change. Now, why are we starting to see that change? Things like the Bitcoin and Ethereum ETFs were approved. It's just another signal that this is not going away. Another imprimatur. I know there are plenty in the crypto community who don't need government imprimaturs, but guess what? Institutions do. And so when you have things like the Bitcoin ETF approved, what was it, a year and a half ago? And Andrew, you remember I said ETFs will be approved, and it was very unpopular at the time. People said, you're crazy, they're never going to be approved post FTX. But we saw that DC Circuit opinion unanimously, most liberal judge, most conservative judge, join together and say, really leave the SEC no path but to...
So Katie, given that you've been right about the predictions thus far, we're at about $105,000 on Bitcoin. You want to call it? Make it easy. Not easy, but I'll give you a lot of time. 3 years from now, 36 months from now.
Andrew, I'm never going to do that. The former prosecutor in me would never. I think it would be totally irresponsible of me to do that because
Katie,
we see the volatility.
I got to try.
If Bitcoin becomes stable, why do we need a stable coin? Does everything a stable coin does.
Joe, that is absolutely a first-class problem for the crypto industry. And we have dollars out in the world. We have euros out in the world. We have credit cards in the world. We have countless payment apps out in the world. And you know what? A lot of them are pretty big. We're talking about trillions and trillions of dollars of disruption coming, both via Bitcoin and
based on fiat. You said it. Based on fiat. It's like, you've got the answer right staring you right in the face.
I'm not a Bitcoin maxi. I'm a crypto maxi. I believe in
told you
systems.
I'm willing to. I don't know if I know what I'm talking about. Anyway, Katie.
But Katie does. Katie Hahn, great to see you. Look forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you guys for having me. Great to see you. Bye-bye.
You would never say that, would you? What? Just said I don't know what I'm talking about.
I don't know what I'm talking about at all.
Okay.
You know that.
Okay. As long as we both know, neither one of us know it. We got that. Got that in common.
We got that in common.
Coming up, Tessa.
At AT&T Business, we guarantee our best deals on any smartphone with your choice of our best plans. What we can't guarantee? Your employees having a similar work style. You hired them. Or your staff all having the same vibe. I like this style. And your design team being on the same page.
Bold choice.
For 2002.
What AT&T does guarantee? Our best deals on any smartphone with your choice of our best plans for any employee. And we mean any.
No city is immune from financial challenges, but with Assured Guaranty's municipal bond insurance, investors' bonds can be. Assured Guaranty, a stronger bond.
The two most powerful words in the world that we know are, what if? And today, thousands of organizations are saying, what if? With the power to act on those words like never before. What if you could empower every employee with a limitless digital workforce? One that listens, learns, and acts all day, every day. Well, this isn't some far-fetched science fiction fantasy anymore. No, it's happening right now with AI from Salesforce. It's called Agent Force. Agent Force turns your vision into reality. Think about it, a future where every student, client, citizen, and customer experiences the best service possible. And your people? Well, now they're free to focus on the work that matters most. All you have to do is bring your dream. Imagine that. What if?
It is my honor to welcome the hardest working software on television to the public market.
And there have been 3 chapters in the company's life. This one is the one I'm most excited about.
In a place like New York City, it's very difficult to find open areas. This is the challenge for the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey and the New York Power Authority when looking for ways to meet their decarbonization goals.
The largest canopy project in New York State.
It is the central piece to us becoming a leader in airport sustainability.
This project at JFK symbolizes our commitment to supporting our customers in their energy transitions.
Good morning. Welcome to CNBC Plus. Where to?
Countdown to the opening bell. Don't go anywhere.
New York for the Open.
On our way.
CNBC Plus, on-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Access any market, anytime, anywhere with CNBC Plus. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
We're just seconds away right now from the latest data coming in from the Philly Fed Manufacturing Survey. Take a look at futures right now. You got 84 points up on the Dow. NASDAQ looking open about 38 points on this Friday morning. The S&P 500 looking open about 9 points higher. The Treasury markets right now. Take a look at the 10-year and the 2-year. But let's go straight to Steve Leisman, who's looking at all the numbers. Mr. Leisman.
Good morning, Andrew. Yeah, -4 on Philly Fed for the general business conditions. It had been expected at -2, so a little bit worse than expected. And that is the 3rd decline in a row. I will tell you, I looked this morning at the other Federal Reserve manufacturing surveys, and they've all been negative recently. So there was a pop-up after the president was elected, and then they've come back down. Let's look at the internals. 6-month business conditions down 18 versus 47. 6-month the outlook for capital expenditures 14.5 versus 27. So that's down. New orders taking a step down 2.3. The prices paid index. Now this is good news. It had shot up in the prior month. Now it's 41 versus 59. So that's good news right there. And the employment index deeply negative here, -9.8. I'm interested as to whether or not there's been a decline like that recently, but I haven't seen it. That's a big step down on the Philly Fed Employment Index. Let me just take a quick look inside it. Let's see, employment. Well, it's not number of employees. Yeah, yeah, that was also negative as well in prior months. Oh, sorry, no, it had been positive. So that's interesting, Andrew. That employment index could be another red flag in the concern about the softening job market, Andrew.
Okay, Steve, we've got a special guest. I should say, actually, you have a very special guest for us right now as well.
Yeah, Andrew, I'm pleased to bring in Fed Governor Christopher Waller. He is joining us this morning from Washington. Good morning, Governor Waller.
Good morning, Steve. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks for joining us. I just want to begin big debate, and you can see it in the outlook for rates from the Summer of Economic Projections. Where do you stand in this debate right now over how much concern we all should have over coming potential inflation from tariffs?
Steve, you know, as I've been saying for probably a year, I think the important thing for central banks to do is to look through tariff effects on inflation. This is a long-standing view going back 40, 50 years. So any tariff inflation we should see, and I've given various estimates that I don't think it's going to be that big, and we should just look through it in terms of setting policy and look at the kind of underlying trend of inflation.
Order filled.
And right now, the data the last few months has been showing that trend
Order
inflation
filled.
is looking
Order
pretty good
filled.
on a 12-month basis. So I've labeled these good news rate cuts when if inflation comes down to target, we can actually bring rates down. I've been saying this since about November of 23. So I think we're in that position and that we could do this and as early as July.
Do you think you could cut rates as early as July?
Well, I think that would be my view, whether the committee would go
Order
along with it
canceled.
or not. But I think we are in the position that the data's good.
Order submitted.
GDP growth is going to be near target, our long-run target in the first half of this year. Unemployment's at our long-run target. Inflation's running very close to target. Yet we're 125 to 150 basis points above where the median long-run neutral policy rate is. So I think we've got room to bring it down, and then we can kind of see what happens with inflation. If
Order
it got
filled.
really bad and people got
Order
very nervous, you
submitted.
could just pause. But I think we're in a good spot right now for talking about bringing the rate down.
Order
Would
submitted.
you want to begin a process of bringing rates down by 125 or 150
Order
basis
filled.
points
Order
filled.
now?
No, I think you'd want to start slow
Order
and bring them
submitted.
down just to make sure that there's no big surprises, but start the process. That's the key thing. We can start the process of bringing
Order
rates down.
canceled. Order
And then
filled.
if there's some big shock due to maybe the Middle East conflict, we can pause.
Order
You know,
filled.
that's not, we paused back in January. We've been on pause for 6 months to wait and see. And so far, the data has been fine. There hasn't been any reason to, in my view, I don't speak for the committee or the chair, but I don't think we need to wait much longer, because even if the tariffs come in later, the impacts are still the same. It should be a one-off level effect and not cause persistent inflation.
So let's
Order
talk about
filled.
this, I guess, difference of opinion with some on the committee. Obviously, the SCP showed, the forecast showed that 7 members don't want to cut rates at all. What is the urgency right now in your mind to cut interest rates? Why wouldn't you want to just wait and see what happens with
Order
tariffs
submitted.
and inflation in the coming months before you started cutting interest rates?
Right.
Order
so we've been on
submitted.
pause for 6 months, thinking that there was going to be a big tariff shock to inflation.
Order submitted.
We haven't seen it. We follow the data. That is what we do. We look at the data, and we should be basing policy based on the data. And as I said, if you look forward to if you think this inflation is going to hit in August or September, it doesn't matter. It's the same impact. It's just a matter of timing. And I've been arguing since a year ago that central banks should be looking through this. This has been debated for 50 years in central banking, and the standard rule of thumb is you look through these types of price shocks. And that's what I think I'm arguing that's what we should do. And so if that's the case, start moving on cutting the policy rate.
How can you be so confident, Governor Waller, that a rise in prices from tariffs won't spill over into other prices and cause a broader inflation problem?
Correct. And I think this is a valid concern that my colleagues often have about the persistence increasing from this one-time price effect. And as I said, if you go back over the last 50 years, this was always the concern that central banks had when there was an exchange rate shock, an oil shock, a shock to the value-added tax. And the answer was, well, but the tariff's a one-time thing, or whatever the shock is. But then workers will try to increase their wage demands to make up for the higher prices. And that was always the source of the second round effects. But I just don't see that happening now. I gave a speech in Korea a couple weeks ago where I laid out why I don't think this persistence will happen. Mainly the labor market's okay, but it's not strong like it was in 2022.
Order
so
submitted.
if you were to walk in today and you think inflation is going to be 6 or 7%, your employer's going to show you the door. They're not going to give you this
Order
huge
submitted.
wage increase to make up for tariffs that aren't even showing up yet. So I don't think that this wage mechanism is going to be around to cause these second round effects. And that's always the standard channel for generating persistence. I just don't think it's going to be there.
Order filled.
Order filled. Do you have
Order
concerns
canceled.
now for the labor market? We just talked about the Philly Fed being negative unemployment. You've had this modest rise in jobless claims, and of course, something of a
Order
step
submitted.
down, along with recent revisions downward to the employment levels. Do you have concerns for the job market?
Yeah, I'm watching it. I mean, it's solid. It's been kind of amazing. The unemployment rate has stayed right around 4.2 to 4.3 for a year, just hardly moving. But we are starting to see things. Like if you look at there was a story in the Wall Street Journal earlier this week that the unemployment rate for new graduates is at a 20 or 25-year high. College graduates are not finding jobs. Their unemployment rate is 7%. In pre-pandemic, it was 5%. So it's that kind of data that's starting to make me a little worried. We're seeing job creation coming down. We're seeing a lot of things like you just said with the Philly Fed that are suggesting that maybe the labor market's starting to soften more than we might want it to. And so in my view, if you're starting to worry about the downside risk of the labor market, move now. Don't wait. People love to talk about long and variable lags. Why do we want to wait until we actually see it crash before we start cutting rates? So I'm all in favor of saying maybe we should start thinking about cutting the policy rate at the next meeting, because we don't want to wait till the job market tanks before we start cutting the policy rate.
At the same time, what's your forecast for how tariffs affect the inflation rate? It looked like there was some impact from the tariffs in the May report. They were offset by other factors that seemed to go negative. How much do you think tariffs will add to the CPI or the PCE, which you follow?
Yeah, so I mean, I think, Steve, you've said this many times. There's some things that are going to go up because of the tariffs, but there's other things that are going to tend to offset it. That's why you can't just look at one category of goods and say, oh, that's driving everything. And I think that's what surprised everybody in these last inflation reports. And I think that kind of thing will just continue. In terms of inflation, I've long argued that if the effective tariff got down through negotiations to like 1%, 10%, imports make up 10% of the price index. So a 10% tariff on 10% of the goods is only a 1% increase in the total price level. And that's if it's completely passed through. We already know that this is not being completely passed through. As Chair Powell was talking about actually in his press conference, everybody has to eat a little bit of the pain from the tariffs. And so not all of this is going to get passed through. So you might see the price level going up 0.3 to 0.5%. But that's it. It's not going to cause persistent inflation. And every model I've seen from private sector forecasters, everything, shows by the middle to end of the next year, the inflation rate comes right back down. It's a one-time level effect.
Chris, which is what I used to call you when you were the research director at St. Louis. But Chris, Governor Waller, Chris, all right, whatever. So the president said in a tweet over the weekend that the Fed board is complicit in costing the U.S. government hundreds of billions of dollars by keeping rates too high. I want to know if you want to comment on what the president said, but also on this notion of whether the Fed, should it take into account the fiscal costs of servicing the debt by where it sets interest rate policy?
Our mandate from Congress tells us to worry about unemployment and price stability, and that's what we're doing. It does not tell us to provide cheap financing to the U.S. government. That is really the job of Congress and the Treasury, to make sure you have a fiscal situation that's sustainable, that will bring the deficits down, and that will put downward pressure on interest rates all by itself. So that's the most important and most effective way to get deficit costs or financing costs down. It's not from what I can do with a short-term overnight interest rate. That's not what's driving the cost for the financing the deficit. So one, it's not our job. Two, there are other means that you should be worried about getting that done. And we're a kind of a distant third in terms of having any impact.
Chris, Governor Waller, thank you for joining us this morning. We'll see you again soon.
All right. Thanks, Steve. Thank you much. See you soon.
Joe, back to you.
Steve, you can imagine. That was like a symphony. It was like a symphony.
You're just like, you're really happy, aren't you?
Turgid.
Your head's exploding with happiness.
Turgid. That was, I wanted, one question I would have, and next time, maybe sometime we can also talk to the governor as well. That'd be great. But You think do we know for a fact that curbing illegal immigration is inflationary, or does it help since we're not providing health care for so many people that aren't citizens of the country? Do we know for sure? I would have asked that.
Joe, that's a great question, but I
Order
think that
filled.
right now, and I think we need to do a lot of work on that issue because it is a big
Order
and
submitted.
interesting and fascinating debate.
You know what
in
else?
which there are two definite sides on that.
The markets were turning around a little bit before that, but
Order
nothing
filled.
like rate cuts to get people in the stock market. Nothing is better. We've got a weekend with what's happening in
here's
Israel.
The thing.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, Joe. It's not just rate cuts. It's rate cuts with an idea that you look through the inflation and don't have an inflation problem.
Good rate cuts.
Good rate
exactly.
cuts.
But you know, for the addicts on Wall Street, you know, there could be an asteroid headed for the Earth. But if someone says positive about rate cuts, the market is going to. The morning, the market sold off on the asteroid.
Order
the afternoon
submitted.
it went higher after a Fed governor. We got to go.
So that's my gift to you, Joe. Have a good weekend.
Yeah, you too. Clock Box will be right back.
Order filled.
Order filled doesn't just power businesses. We help turn them into logistics mastering, supply
Order
chain
filled.
transforming, seamlessly
Order filled.
Order filled. Frictionless paying, poke bowl order. Modern businesses. Powering the engine of modern business, Comcast Business.
Where are all the animals, Dad?
Don't know, kiddo. Just not our day.
It's a rare thing when someone you've been with for so long finds a way to surprise you. It's like discovering E-Trade's easy-to-use platform now comes with expert insights from Morgan Stanley to help you navigate the markets.
Can you do a dolphin? Sorry.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, you can unplug for the day or plunge into a long weekend. Savor the moment or savor the details. Earn points for free nights with IHG One Rewards.
Top line?
This is a quality comprehensive exam.
Come again?
You asked me to top line it for you.
Okay. Bottom line?
Well, the bottom line is this is an amazing value. What? Get 2 pairs of progressives and an eye exam starting at just $159.95 at America's Best.
Everyone's talking about how to get more protein in their diet. We'll stop talking and head to Subway for tons of delicious protein-packed footlongs, like the Ultimate BMT, loaded with 54 grams of protein, or the All-Pro Sweet Onion Chicken Teriyaki, coming in at 58 grams of protein, all on irresistible fresh-baked bread. And now, Subway
Order
MVP
filled.
Rewards members can buy any footlong in the app and get another for just $1. Get all the protein you crave at a price you can't resist. Order now on the Subway app.
You're like the brother I never had!
What? That's crazy, Cakes! I say that about you all the time!
Stop it!
Part of me wishes we could just stay this happy
Order
forever.
submitted.
Do you love it?
It's alright.
And here we are, all together.
Presented by Thrivent, where money means more.
Tesla's robo-taxi service set for a trial launch in Austin, Texas this weekend. Phil LeBeau has a look at what to expect. Hey, Phil.
Joe, if you were expecting a lot of hoopla and a lot of Tesla zooming around Austin, you might want to dial back your expectations. We don't know exactly what Tesla will show on Sunday or much at all. But the expectation is that this is going to be somewhat of a subdued launch of the robotaxi service. There will be a limited number of robotaxis that will be starting their service. And keep in mind, the customers are by invitation. So it's not like if you're in Austin this weekend and say, you know, I want to take a robotaxi. That ain't the way it's going to work. You will have to be invited by Tesla, and I'm sure they've already got the people marked who will be testing the vehicles. It will also be in a geo-fenced area of Austin. So again, it's not like they're going all over Central Texas, going from Austin to Pflugerville and back. they're going to be in a small area. And also keep in mind, the robo-taxis will, while they will not have drivers in them, and they will be Model Ys that have the latest autonomous vehicle technology, there will be remote drivers who will be watching the vehicles at all times. So how does Wall Street look at this? Two ways to look at this.
Submitted.
Let's look at the Uber bull, Dan Ives. He's on all the time. He thinks that Tesla is the future and that Elon Musk is building an incredible company. He writes, we believe over the coming years, we will see robotaxi deployed in 20 to 25 cities in the U.S. You want something a little more cautious? Take a look at what Baird had to say. Ben Callow saying, Musk has said there will be hundreds of thousands of vehicles on the road by the second half next year. We model 6,000. Keep in mind that while this launch is getting a lot of attention right now as you take a look at shares of Tesla, the real event for investors will likely happen, two of them, over the next several weeks. You get the second quarter deliveries early July, and then you get second quarter results probably in the third week of July. That's what's likely to move the stock. Do I think that the shares will move a little bit higher this after Sunday, guys? Maybe, but if it's going to be a muted launch, which is what the expectation is at this point, I think people may have to dial back expectations in terms of how shares of Tesla may react.
Order filled.
Order filled.
All right.
Order
We
submitted.
will keep that in mind, Phil. Thank you. Senate Republicans has set up a potential fight with the House following massive changes to the president's tax bill. A sticking point in the House, raising the state and local tax deduction to $40,000. The Senate would like it to remain where it is at $10,000. Join us now, Republican Congressman Nick LaLota. Congressman, thanks for joining us this morning. You can make the case for $40,000. Can you make the case for taking? Can you make the case for taking it off completely?
Yeah, well, a lot has been discussed. First off, good to be on with you. Long-time viewer, first-time guest, so good to be with you this morning. Yes, $40,000 is the number that the House ultimately compromised on. Some, like me, wanted more. Others wanted less, but ultimately we compromised to get to $40,000, a number that in a district like mine in suburban New York satisfies 92% of my constituents, makes them completely whole. It doesn't get all the way to the remaining 8%. But that's the harmony that we struck in order to unleash everything else in the bill. The reduced taxes on overtime, reduced taxes on tips, reduced taxes on Social Security, extending the rest of the tax cuts. But here's the reality. The 2017 Trump tax cuts expire at the end of the year. And when they expire, unlimited SALT comes back. So in order to extend the cuts, some are advocating for some cap on SALT, and we're being reasonable about that. And the $40,000 number strikes the right harmony, in my opinion, Joe, on what is both good for my constituents and good for the country.
So you're just a absolutist. It should be zero. Why should anyone be double taxed? If you've paid federal taxes, you should be able to deduct what you've already paid. But that's never going to happen at this point. But this half measure, I'm not sure why 40,000, why that cap makes sense, other than it just helps the people in your state.
The SALT deduction is rooted in fundamentals like anti-double taxation and federalism. And an unlimited SALT deduction was the rule, was the law of the land for 100 years before 2017. And then the low $10,000 unfair cap was implemented in 2017. And while my constituents benefited from, and America as a whole benefited from, the lower individual rates, the lower corporate rates, the other fixes within the tax code from the 2017 bill, my constituents and the suburban constituents from these high tax and high earning blue states had that success, had those benefits throttled by the low cap on SALT. Some are advocating, I think this is what you're saying, for unlimited on SALT, but in order to, an unlimited SALT would cost $1.3 trillion over 10 years. In order to unleash the lower individual rates, keep the lower business rates, the AMT fix.
Order filled.
Those in 2017 thought to cap SALT in order to unleash these other things. That's the harmony they struck in 2017.
Order canceled.
We need a better harmony now. The political math is different. They need votes from districts like mine in order to pass the bill. I need to ensure that my middle-class constituents especially get made whole on SALT.
Well, you know how purists think. It's like,
Order
well, wait a second.
submitted.
You've already spent the money, so we can't, so the taxes are already
Order
gone.
submitted.
They would say the government used to be 7% of GDP.
Order
I
submitted.
know it'll never be there again. But talking about, well, we got to cover, we got to use this, SALT provision to cover the money that we've already spent that we probably shouldn't be spending. What about the Medicaid stuff in the Senate bill? A lot of people think that is probably a better way just to make sure that the states that are able to game the system for people that don't necessarily need it, or they get compensated more for healthy people of working age than people with disabilities and pregnant women. What about what the Senate is looking at there? They're solving that, and it wasn't solved in the House.
Yeah, I think the House bill struck a good balance on that, Joe. First off, the focus is on ensuring that able-bodied adults go to work or seek work or volunteer 80 hours a month. That ought not to be a partisan issue. That ought not to be a divisive issue. That's common sense. Even Bill Clinton supported something very much similar to that. That's the key element on Medicaid in the House bill. We went further to say that illegal immigrants shouldn't benefit from Medicaid as well. Those are the two hallmark issues in the House bill. We'll see where the Senate bill ultimately irons out. I don't see how they get the 50+1 votes for those sorts of reforms you described there. So I'm not yet sure on how real that is. But there's a hell of a lot of consensus within the Republican conference and within the country on work for able-bodied adults and getting the illegals off. That just makes sense. That ought to be bipartisan. I think that's ultimately where the bill lands on Medicaid, Joe.
So when it comes back to the House, is it going to pass?
I hope so. I hope so. I think America needs this one big, beautiful bill. I think that both the, your viewers, the business community, the Main Street folks, we want stability, we want predictability. We hope to be able to give it to them very soon, hopefully in the next few weeks, if not the next few months. I think the bill should pass. The House bill is good. The House bill is represented by folks who represent districts that Trump won by 50 to Harris by a couple. It represents a broad diversity of thought that went into it. I hope the Senate doesn't futz with it too much. If it does, we risk tanking the bill. The House bill as is puts us on a right track, Joe.
All right, Congressman, it was good to finally have you on. Thank you. We'll hope to see you again at some point.
God bless. Enjoy the morning.
You too.
Okay. Coming up, a look at the markets ahead of the opening bell on Wall Street. We're coming right back after this.
Sarah Benzino.
Order filled.
Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
What'd she call Harper?
Oh, you mean Jablonski Auto Body LLC.
Order submitted.
He actually sold the Twins naming rights.
Order canceled.
Like stadiums do. Kids are so expensive these days. Here he comes.
Oasis Breeze.
Order canceled.
Order filled.
Order canceled.
Order filled.
Order canceled.
Or we can look at some investment options for you.
Works for us.
The right money moves aren't as absurd as you think.
At AG1, one of our values is the continuous pursuit of excellence.
Order submitted.
For over 15 years, we have upgraded AG1, adding ingredients that the research said would support nutrient gaps and gut health. It's time for the next generation of AG1. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blends backed by multiple gold standard clinical trials. Our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better.
Oh, so you corporate types are rock stars?
Well, that's as ridiculous as rock stars being corporate types.
Workday's AI agents are making you all rock stars.
Sorry, habit. Proceed.
So that's a slide. Any questions?
And now with Workday, we can manage our people and AI agents. I'm sorry. Who are they?
Oh, interns.
We're interns.
Good night!
I'll see you tomorrow.
During the Rooms to Go July 4th mattress sale, double up on comfort with this special bonus buy. Get this therapeutic mattress, any size, and get another same size or smaller free. Buy a king, get another king free. Buy a queen, get another queen free. Fuller twin, and the second one's free. So if you need a queen mattress, buy one just $8.95 and get a second queen free. Plus, find other great mattress buys store-wide. Now at
Order
Rooms to
filled.
Go.
Order submitted.
The new How to Train Your Dragon menu is now at BK. Get it before it disappears. Oh,
toothless. Bold, tasty, and dangerously delicious. How to Train Your Dragon, only in theaters.
Introducing Old Navy Active. New styles, new colors, new stretch, new feels. Old Navy, new move.
Order submitted.
Home Depot reportedly making a bid for buildings products distributor GMS. That's according to the Wall Street Journal, which did not detail potential purchase price. Shares of GMS, are up sharply this morning. On Wednesday, serial dealmaker Brad Jacobs said his building products company, QXO, had made an unsolicited bid to buy GMS for about $95.20 a share. That's about $5 billion in cash. Home Depot, QXO are both racing to secure a bigger share of the market for construction supplies. Last year, Home Depot bought another company, SRS Distribution, for more than $18 billion. Andrew.
Okay. SoftBank looking to team up right now with Taiwan Semiconductor to build a $1 trillion industrial complex right in the heart of Arizona to build robots and artificial intelligence, according to Bloomberg, saying that SoftBank officials have had some meetings now about this, has spoken with federal and state government officials, including Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, trying to get at some of the possible tax breaks that they're hoping for to make all this happen. The report saying SoftBank CEO Masa-san has been personally trying to gauge interest from other tech companies, including Samsung. So TBD, watch this space, as they say.
And Reynolds American, the maker of Camel cigarettes, is rolling back its DEI programs. It comes 2 weeks after anti-DEI activist Robbie Starbuck singled out the campaign in an online campaign. Reynolds, which is owned by British American Tobacco, said it would cease participation in a corporate equality index and sponsorship of pride events, also end affirmative action programs that were mandated under the Biden administration.
Let's take a final check on the markets before we hand it over to our friends on Squawk on the Street. Right now, you got some green on the screen on this Friday morning. You're looking at the Dow up about 137 points.
Order filled.
Order filled. Points there, and the S&P 500.
Order filled.
Points higher. The Treasury yields right now on the 10-year and the 2-year 4.431. On the 10, the 2-year at 3.950. And oil, given everything that's going on in the Middle East, WTI crude. If you want to buy oil by the barrel, you can do it for $75.08. The weather's a lot better, Joe. See, I come back into town, try to help you here.
Yeah, it's been
order submitted.
It's been brutal.
Have a great weekend, everybody. Make sure you join us on Monday. Squawk on the Street begins right now.
Friday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Sarah Eisen, Mike Santoli, post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Kramer in favor of the morning off. Pre-market is holding gains as the president sets this 2-week window on any decisions regarding U.S. action in Iran, whose leaders, by the way, are holding talks with EU officials in Geneva today. Oil is above 75, but it's off the highs. Our roadmap begins with some of the geopolitical and macro risks for stocks. Investors watching the Israeli-Iranian conflict as it enters a second week and weighing the latest outlook from Fed Chair Powell.
Plus, one analyst calling this weekend's expected Tesla robotaxi launch a key move on its path to a $2 trillion valuation. But we are joined by a vocal critic sounding the alarm on Tesla's autonomous driving efforts. And big tech's AI ambition. SoftBank reportedly eyeing a U.S. AI hub. NVIDIA seeking humanoid robots at a Texas AI plant. And Meta continuing its big spending spree in the space. We'll hit all of it.
Let's begin with the markets this morning and the Fed as we do wrap up this holiday-shortened trading week. This is what Fed Governor Waller had to say about rate cuts a few moments ago on Squawk Box.
Right now, the data the last few months has been showing that trend inflation is looking pretty good, even on a 12-month basis. So I label these good news rate cuts when if inflation comes down to target, we can actually bring rates down. I've been saying this since about November of 23.
Order submitted.
So I think we're in that position that we could do this and as early as July.
Pretty consistent message from
Waller.
Order filled.
With us several months ago, arguing for, I think at the time it was 4 cuts
Order
in 25.
The difference now is that it doesn't feel like he is where the center of the Fed is, because there were, 7 dots or forecasts at the Fed that didn't want to see any change, even though they kept their median as 2 cuts this year. Look, Waller consistently has said we need to look through any tariff price increases. It'll be a one-time effect, and just get
Order
going
filled.
here on
Order
rate cuts
submitted.
because we're restrictive
Order
and we
submitted.
don't want to go when it's too late.
Order
and we see
canceled.
the market crash or
Order
unemployment
submitted.
spike.
Order
It
submitted.
jives more with what the president is saying, though he's not going as far as the president in terms of saying, you know,
Order
250
canceled.
basis points of cuts. But it is the message that is certainly out there in the market, Mike, that the inflation underlying trend is good. It's softer inflation. And even if we see a flare up on tariffs, that's not going to be something for the Fed to necessarily respond to.
And more to the, you know, and the other side of it is there is a heightened sensitivity within the market to signs of softening labor conditions. And, you know, Chair Powell on Wednesday really wanted to set that aside. He was saying, yeah, demand for labor is coming down, but so is supply. We think that the unemployment picture is fine. So I do think Waller is defining the dovish edge here. He kind of said as soon as July, before anybody asked him, do you think July is live? So he wanted to get that out there.
Yeah.
Now, he didn't dissent on holding rates steady this week, right? Because it was unanimous. So it obviously is sort of, he's going to give voice to that position. The market did take a little bit of heart in it. You know, you got a little bit of a bump in equity futures. Bond yields didn't do a whole lot. 2-year yields twitched lower by a couple basis points on that comment, and then, you know, more or less sat there. But I do think it's an interesting one, and you know, it's kind of, you can sense, at least in the press conference, you can sense there's just a general discomfort with the prospect of the Fed being in easing mode if you're getting headline inflation prints that are like well in the threes.
Sure.
Right? And so that's just, it's whether they should or not be uncomfortable with that, you would imagine that they might be. On the other side, there's this line that says the consensus is not all that hawkish because they all boosted their PCE inflation estimates. They reduced you know, their GDP, and they reduced the long-term neutral rate, yet they still say 2 cuts this year.
Yeah. Food inflation just had its biggest monthly jump in 3 years. You got oil up 20% for the month to date. JP Morgan says if Brent sustains at 75, that would add a couple points to global consumer prices. And of course, the Fed chair did talk about inflation on Wednesday. Take a listen to that.
What we're waiting for to reduce rates is to understand what will happen with really the tariff inflation. And there's a lot of uncertainty about that. Everyone that I know is forecasting a meaningful increase in inflation in coming months from tariffs because someone has to pay for the tariffs. And it will be someone in that chain that I mentioned between the manufacturer, the exporter, the importer, the retailer, ultimately somebody putting it into a good of some kind or just the consumer buying it. You know, and all through that chain, people will be trying not to be the ones who pick up the cost. But ultimately, the cost of the tariff has to be paid. And some of it will fall on the end consumer.
Meantime, more concerns this morning about the quality of the data we're getting, right? We know its survey response rates have been falling for the past several years. Today, it's Apollo arguing that the price inputs into CPI, maybe a third of them are based on calculations on other inputs to CPI. Basically, I guess, is what Torsten Slok says.
Yeah, and, you know, Powell was asked about that. He, you know, more or less sidestepped or dismissed it. Basically said, look, we think we can do our job with what we have. And it probably just means you need to kind of use these composites of multiple data sources. I mean, there are third-party inflation indicators out there that are even kind of these algorithms that just surf the web and the world and say, you know, and I don't think it diverges very much from the CPI process, but it is something, you know, certainly to keep in mind. And I think the Fed was trying, it really desperately wants to just kind of be invisible at the moment and stay out of the way and just wait for a few shoes to drop.
They want to be prudent, right? They want to wait until the data signals which way to go, and they feel really justified right now in wait and see, despite the fact that the president continues to hammer the Fed chair, calling him too late Powell and imploring them to cut rates. You know, I thought another point that Waller made on the oil prices this morning when he talked about, okay, there is a risk that higher oil prices do start to seep in and raise inflation, but guess what? We can pause. We've been on pause for 6 months already now. We can pause again if there is some sort of concern that higher oil prices are going to spark inflation. I mean, President Trump, relentless, too late Jerome Powell, costing our country hundreds of billions of dollars, truly one of the dumbest and most destructive people in government, and the Fed board is complicit. Europe has had 10 cuts. We have had none. We should have 2.5 points lower and save billions of dollars on Biden's short-term debt. We have low inflation, too late, an American disgrace. So he's just getting nasty about it.
We've had none since he was president. We had 100 basis points of cuts late last year. But, you know, Waller was asked, is it the Fed's job to consider the government's cost of debt? He said, no, it's not.
He said we're a distant third in terms of who can affect that. Let's get to Israel-Iran tensions and the White House still awaiting word about what the president is thinking on this matter about doing. Megan Cassell is in Washington with the latest. Megan, what do you hear?
Hey, good morning, guys. So the biggest headline here is the President Trump saying yesterday that he'll decide within 2 weeks whether or not the U.S. military will join Israel in its attacks against Iran. And I'll say, guys, the president regularly sets these 2-week deadlines for something to happen. He often doesn't stick to them, but this latest statement does clearly suggest that nothing is settled at this point and that he's continuing to consider his options and that all of them appear to remain on the table. So that means the possibility of a U.S. strike is still distinctly there, but the White House does continue to push for a diplomatic solution.
Look, Iran is in a very weak and vulnerable position because of the strikes and the attacks from Israel. And with respect to the president's statement, I shared that with all of you. And he has been very direct and clear. Iran can and should make a deal. We sent a deal to them that was practical, that was realistic, or they will face grave consequences.
Now, a group of European foreign ministers, those are from the UK, France, Germany, and the EU, they're all in Geneva today to meet with Iranian officials. And they've been clear that their message is strongly in favor of some sort of a negotiated deal, even as they emphasize, as the White House does, that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. But that meeting today comes after the UK foreign minister was at the White House yesterday to meet with Steve Witkoff, he's the Middle East envoy, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio. U.S. officials are not a part of today's Geneva meeting, but the White House has framed it as a meeting between European leaders and Iran. But they added that the president does support diplomatic efforts from our allies that could bring Iran closer to taking his deal. So, guys, we'll see what comes from that later today. Guys.
You know, there's a lot of talk, Megan, about will he, won't he, and everybody has opinions inside his party and the other side, the world. The question I'm wondering is what it would look like if he did. I mean, we're talking about, we're not necessarily talking about, you know, American soldiers on the ground. We're not talking about a prolonged war. I know a lot of people compare it to Iraq. That's very different from where we are now. So what do you hear we're actually talking about when it comes to this big decision?
We don't know exactly, but what it seems like the most likely possibility is using these bunker-busting bombs, as they're known, which would require the use of American B-52s and American pilots, in order to bomb, most likely, Fordo, the underground nuclear facility site that they think U.S. bombs and military equipment would be required in order to completely take that out. There are questions about whether it would be effective, and President Trump, based on all the reporting and everything that we know is out there, has been asking these questions of whether it would be effective, but that seems like the most likely possibility. The concern is whether that leads to anything more.
Really quickly, Megan, these talks in Geneva with some of the EU leaders, does that complicate U.S. efforts in any way?
It looks like, based on the UK foreign minister being here yesterday and going straight there, that they are trying at least to be in alignment. So it seems like, based on that White House statement, they're supporting this meeting. You do wonder, I wonder at least why U.S. officials aren't there, but maybe they think that European officials at this point are the better messenger and that it's easier to use these intermediaries rather than the U.S. and the Iranians meeting directly. The White House says they're still talking, that communication is ongoing between the two sides, but at least the meetings for now are between these third parties.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. Some indications the Europeans themselves might be getting a little more hawkish, talking about zero enrichment. Megan, appreciate that. Megan Cassell this morning. When we come back, Tesla, some pushback from one critic ahead of the robo-taxi launch expected this weekend. We'll talk to them after the break. Take a look at the pre-market here. Got some options expirations to look at. That'll make the close interesting. But for now, futures steady in the green. Stay with us.
At AT&T Business, we guarantee our best deals on any smartphone with your choice of our best plans. What we can't guarantee, your employees having a similar work style. You hired them. Or your staff, all having the same vibe. I like this style. And your design team being on the same page.
Bold choice.
For 2002.
What AT&T does guarantee, our best deals on any smartphone with your choice of our best plans for any employee. And we mean any.
back is sore. Let's go! Ice. Hot. Ice works fast, heat makes it last. Icy Hot, you're so back.
We are going to write the future of healthcare, one where care is more personalized, more accessible, and much lower cost. This IPO is an important moment, but it is still just the beginning of our story.
As a business owner, I've got a lot on my plate. That's why I used ZipRecruiter to hire. The plan was to hire 2 people, but the candidate quality was so good, I wound up hiring 4 in a week.
ZipRecruiter, rated the #1 hiring site. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/CNBC.
Introducing CNBC Plus, a new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. On-the-go access to international financial markets, business news, and analysis as it happens. Bell-to-bell global live stream, CNBC Plus real-time data, and full episodes of CNBC's Business Day lineup on demand. CNBC Plus. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
Sam, you made it!
The stars of Pitch Perfect
I look like the dancing girl emoji.
invite you to a wedding
Something's wrong. I feel it.
with a little drama,
Sorry to interrupt the happy occasion.
a few surprises,
Sam, not who I thought she was. She's a secret agent.
and a lot of heart.
This is a solo mission. No! We're gonna save everybody together. Sorry, I did kill a bunch of dudes for you. That means a lot to me.
Ride Hard, rated R, now playing only in theaters.
They say seeing is believing, but with Stearns & Foster, that's only part of the story. We handcraft every Stearns & Foster using the finest materials like indulgent memory foam and ultra-conforming IntelliCoils for a beautiful mattress and indescribable comfort every single night. Shop now and bring home incredible comfort during our July 4th sale and save up to $600 on select mattresses. Stearns & Foster, what comfort should be. Learn more at stearnsandfoster.com.
Tesla is tentatively set to begin offering robo-taxi rides, as you know, in Austin, Texas on Sunday. Wedbush analyst Dan Ives today says that autonomous is the next key driver for Tesla, potentially fueling it to a $2 trillion valuation. But our next guest is sounding some alarms. Last week, his organization, the Dawn Group, staged a demonstration in which a Tesla in full self-driving mode drove past a stopped bus and hit a dummy resembling a child in 8 separate trials. The Dawn Group's co-founder Dan O'Dowd joins us this morning. He's also the co-founder and CEO of Green Hill Software, which sells technology to Tesla competitors like Ford and Toyota. Dan, thanks for the time this morning. Good to see you.
Good to be here.
The video demonstration got a lot of views in the last several days. What did it tell you?
Well, it's very clear. This software does not know how to recognize a school bus. And therefore, not recognizing the school bus, it doesn't realize the law that you have to stop when a school bus stops and the lights come on or flashing. You're required to simply stop and wait for the children to clear and wait for the school bus driver to turn off the lights, and then you can proceed. If you proceed past a school bus, like we see right here in the videos, it will run down a child that comes out from behind the bus. That's why there's a law that you have to stop. We wanted to show this. We showed this over 2.5 years ago. We demonstrated this. We did a New York Times full-page ad showing this, saying this happens, and no one did anything. The government didn't do anything. Tesla didn't acknowledge it. Tesla didn't fix it. That didn't work. So we did a Super Bowl commercial. We showed a Tesla running down a kid as it goes past a school bus, and nothing happened. Somebody asked Elon Musk about that commercial, and he said, well, I guess it shows that everybody that we have a self-driving car. I don't think that's the conclusion. He didn't try to fix the problem, didn't do anything. Now, a few months later, a kid in North Carolina gets off a school bus, and a self-driving Tesla drives right through and smacks right into him, puts him in the hospital, breaks his leg, his neck, on a ventilator. It was terrible. He did survive. I don't understand why they won't fix these problems.
Well, the technology, I think a reasonable person can assume, is going to get better over time. Does any of this mean that Tesla shouldn't be allowed to run some geofenced operations in a limited location?
Yes, the product isn't, they haven't finished implementing it. Doesn't know what a fire truck is, so it doesn't know that it has to pull over. Doesn't know what a police car, an ambulance is. Doesn't know what a do not enter sign is. Does not know what a one-way sign is. This software, it's nowhere near done. And it's 3 years. We've been doing this for 3 years, and they haven't implemented any of those things. They haven't solved any of those problems. They haven't said when they're going to solve them. You're putting products on the road that will just ignore all the warnings on the road and drive right into trouble. We're over 50 people have died in self-driving accidents with Tesla. It's
Dan,
terrible.
have you done similar tests, equivalent tests on Waymo?
We've been in Waymos and tried it, but we can't buy a Waymo right now. We would love to, but you can't get one.
So you're saying there's no comp here?
There's no comps. I mean, we know what a Waymo does. They've done 10 million rides with not a single fatality, not a single serious injury. Tesla's had around 50 fatal accidents with this self-driving software. It's worse than the Ford Pinto in terms of the number of people who've died from defective software, and they just keep selling it to more people and telling people that it is safer than a human driver. It is not.
Order filled.
Order filled.
We have the tests to prove it. It should not be on the road at all.
Order
Send
submitted.
it to the engineers and have them
Order
teach
submitted.
it what a school bus is and what a fire truck is and dozens of other problems. That's not all there is.
Meantime, this group of Texas lawmakers sent a letter to the company urging them to delay the rollout on Sunday. Is there any sense that's getting any traction within the Texas legal
Order
Order filled.
Right. Well, they sent the letter. There are new laws that are coming into effect in September 1st. The letter basically says, please don't launch until you meet the requirements of the September 1st laws. And then if you do meet all those requirements, and there's a bunch more rules and tests they have to do before they can put it on the road, then we support that. Yes, don't put it on. At least conform to the basic rules they've set.
There's also no shortage of armchair quarterbacks, Dan, who watched the video and argued that no human would have been able to avoid hitting that dummy. Is that a fair retort?
No. Any human, not any human, some break the law, but any human following the law would have stopped.
Order
when they saw
canceled.
the school bus stopped with the lights flashing, they would have stopped. We pulled the kid out after they, as they're driving past the school bus, which is what happened
Order
to the kid
submitted.
in North Carolina. He steps off the bus. The self-driving cars stop. It's still moving. You shouldn't be moving. If you follow the law, you will be stationary when that kid comes out. That's what you expect. Kids run behind buses. Buses are very tall. They're much taller than children. So if a kid gets off the bus and he wants to cross the road, he goes in front of the bus. You can't see him. Then he comes out suddenly. That's why you're not allowed to keep driving when you go past the school bus. It's a simple law. It's been around since I was a kid, at least when I learned to drive.
I think we're all well aware. Dan, appreciate you sharing some context to the video that made the rounds. We'll see what we get on Sunday. Thank you very much, Dan O'Dowd.
Thank you.
Still to come on the show, Kroger raising sales guidance, posting an earnings beat. Also ahead, CNBC investigates whether big tech should get multi-million-dollar tax breaks for their data centers and how those deals are impacting individual state economies. When Squawk on the Street comes right back.
5K fun
Order
run.
filled.
Say hi to Patty,
Order submitted.
celebrated social worker,
Who's coming in second?
self-appointed social chair, potluck, kickball, last call.
Sign up for Goat Yoga.
You name it, she's on it. And you have 47 emails to prove it. But her capacity to care is unmatched. You need Patty. Patty needs a retirement plan. Work with Principal so we can help you help Patty with a retirement and benefits plan that's right for her.
Good night, guys.
Let our expertise round out yours.
You did it. You took an idea on a napkin, built a successful business, and made it look easy. But at U.S. Bank, we remember what went into getting here. The hard work, self-doubt, tough decisions. From all those extra hours to finally enjoying the rewards. Our wealth management team is always here to work with you and every generation to come, because there's nothing as powerful as the power of us.
in any business. You ride the line between numbers and people. What's right for the business and what's...
Good morning. And NQ is like rocketing. Crazy.
CLA, CPAs, consultants, and wealth advisors. We'll get you there.
Having great performance starts with a great night's sleep.
So man, I am bag holding like crazy. I had a payout on Pro too, but I'm stuck on a short big time.
I'm kidding. To be my best at all of this.
That pump got me bad.
New Natron Sleep in the Store for your ultimate restorative sleep. No matter where we are in the world, our needs for a fulfilled life are basically the same. Togetherness, connection, support. It's why for more than a century, we've engineered climates that enhance lives. Help businesses thrive.
So you got all your money back?
And every day, we're innovating smarter ways to make life better.
Nice.
All across the world we share.
And I blew my Phidias static. Can't pass that. 500 is so hard. Oh, you did? Damn.
Market's been eager to avoid rushing to judgment on all things tariffs, all things Israel-Iran. The president's 2-week window now gives at least the bulls a little more time to avoid making.
I hope we pull back at open. My tick. I'm stuck in there right now. I was green. I was up like 200, but got greedy, so now it's red. Everything's red for me. Yeah, it's Friday. Yeah. Oh, it's 300 away from passing a static on Phidias, and I blew it. There we go. I might buy. It's a static, but just a 500 D. Yeah, just a 500 DD, just too low. And I'm down 800 on my cash. For the Phidias cash, which is the funded. So I'm just back holding that until it's blown.
These are your customers without the clarity of TransUnion marketing solutions. You try to understand them, thinking knowing the root threads, buying patterns, media choices. Well, there's too many data signals. You struggle to connect it all together.
And we pull back when we open. Just big pullback. That's weird. Earlier, the reason why I short because NQ was up 1.5%, and I don't know, something changed on the data. Now it's only up 0.48, and then someone told me because of the holiday.
He sure knows these parts well.
Yeah. That makes me up.
Innovation changes everything. With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing carefully, read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more. Prospectus and Invesco.
Technically up like, it's up like almost over 2% by now.
Our time-tested fixed income suite, backed by over 145 years of risk experience, helps investors meet their goals. PGIM Investments, shaping tomorrow today.
Are we at all-time high? I don't think so. Got like 600 points. Oh, you put it there, yeah. 3 minutes is overbought. Way overbought, so I'm just waiting for it to stop pulling back.
Nuveen invests with the foresight and vision to anticipate the needs of future generations.
Yeah.
To build strong portfolios that deliver lasting legacies.
Order submitted.
And adapt for what's just around the corner. Because after
order filled. Order submitted.
I don't know if I average down anymore. I have 3 MNQ, but I'm down 400.
Invest like the future is watching.
I have 3 short right now. Yeah, I'm back holding.
Invest like the future is watching.
450
Order
now.
filled.
Shit, that pump.
Order
filled.
Order canceled.
The big supermarket giant also forecasting
Holy
annual
crap.
store sales.
Wow.
Wall Street estimates built by steady grocery demand. David Kennerly saying that while sales and profitability exceeded expectations, quote, the macroeconomic environment remains uncertain.
9209. Holy shit.
They raised their sales forecast.
I think I'm about to blow that pro.
Profitability forecast. So the explanation there is the
Yeah.
Order submitted.
driven by pharmacy, e-commerce, which was up 15% in the quarter, and fresh food. They said that they lowered prices. I noted this on a number of items, thousands of items in the last
Order
3
submitted.
months.
Yeah, I might be blown soon. Keep going up.
Which I think speaks to the overall
Buy some more
consumer
evals.
environment and value-seeking behavior right now.
Wow.
There's also an update on stores here. They did say that they're going to be closing 60 stores over the next 18 months as part of efficiency moves.
Order
but
submitted.
They said that they will find rules for any associates that are impacted, so no mass layoffs there. This is the first store review they've done in 3 years. All those store reviews were on hold because they were trying to get the merger done
Wow,
with
that's a
Albertsons.
huge pump.
The government blocked that, so there's some catch up to do on that front. As far as
Order
leadership,
submitted.
I mean, what I can tell you is the CEO search is still ongoing. Remember, this is that very odd, very abrupt departure by Rodney McMillan, dismissed by the
Any reason why we
agreement with
pumped
the
this
board,
much?
and the general counsel a few months ago. Ron Sargent is the interim CEO, but he's 69 years old, so they're still looking for a more permanent CEO.
Yeah,
He
why
was
my
the former
Apex
CEO
about to
of
blow?
Staples. But clearly it's not impacting performance, Mike. And in a world of consumer staples,
Yeah,
they
I don't have
lose
any eval in it. It's all funded, and the uncapped
it's up
is
7%
about to
for the
blow
year.
too.
Order submitted.
If we don't drop, yeah. I'm down like 900. Yeah. I've been working on that and trying to get it back up to payout status. Yeah, that pump, man. It's coming back down.
Order filled. Order canceled.
Come on. Get me out of here.
Institution. As we get a sense of the open here, we're just about
Order submitted.
Well, what's above 76 to start the morning now, below 75. Yeah, WTI had a bounce. There was an inventory draw, and I think that, maybe
Like one little dip and came right back up.
reason for a bid here, although, 2-week window here before the possibility of any, U.S. involvement in Iran. It seems as if there's going to be a little bit of a moment of truth.
It's way overbought. Just give it time. I think I might go down. I might be safe. I don't know.
This looks like a little bit of just a powerful oversold bounce, obviously in the absence of genuine supply disruptions. And so we'll see. It'll be a bit of a challenge. We've been here before. Mid-70s has been a routine price the last couple of years. Watching some call options in oil, about a 30% probability you hit $100 in the next 3 months.
Getting wrecked, man.
As for gasoline, 10-month high on gasoline futures, which implies retail prices, I think, around $3.30.
My trader file I'm down like 800, so I need like 42 to get out.
The commodity story is definitely, it stopped helping on the inflation side, to say the least. And it acts as a little bit of a restraint. I think you
I should have got puts. I think I might rob
I
it.
think it's just a matter of around the edges. And, the drop in oil prices was part of the story for, why the economy
I need a big dump.
the uncertainty window that we're in right now.
Was it SPY up a lot? Okay, I'm gonna try to get puts on SPY.
It seems like the market's like, on a lead right around that level. It's been plus or minus, 0.5% from there for a while. Big picture, you look at the S&P 500, a month ago, the market at this, the peak of this huge rally off the low was looking extremely overbought, and it's basically gone
Let's
sideways.
get $120.
Major pullback. It's basically chopped around these levels and cooled off in the process. It's become less overbought. So just
I don't want to blow my TPT because nice getting those daily payouts.
It's basically acting almost as if you'd want it to if you were bullish here and you feel like it's reloading for another move higher. Obviously, I still been saying it's pricing in some good stuff. You obviously have this downturn in the economic surprise factor that's not really registering that much in the market, and things have to break the correct way for you to get paid by buying it at 6,000. But so far, it's hanging in there.
I mean, the resilience is what's really notable. Even as you say, if it takes a step back, we're 2.3% away from a record high on the S&P 500. We're up for the now.
It wants to drop. I think it's going to drop.
Yeah, that continues to be the dominant performer again today. It's Tesla, Apple, Amazon, Broadcom, Netflix, Nvidia. There you got a recipe for a rally. It's broad. You also have the financials doing very well lately, and they're up again today. And healthcare has actually started to reassert itself a little bit as a group. So is energy, as oil prices have risen. But again, the AI trade.
Come on, baby. Go back down. A little bit more. Just go under 22,000. I'll be happy.
Today from Netflix, a few calls worth highlighting.
That puts up 30% already.
For one, on Netflix, they're looking at this idea that short form content could be the next catalyst for Netflix. They're talking about YouTube stars essentially signing deals with Netflix. I'm not sure that that's necessarily happened, or this is one of those notes that's like, we think this is a good idea and therefore it could really help Netflix. But they see it as a third pillar of growth after sports and ads. They increased the price target to 1,500.
I might say I'm gonna put some up 30%. Gamble, are you playing spy options? Sorry, it's not there. Yeah, I'm about to blow my TPT. No, the pro. I had a $50 payout locked in, but I got greedy and wanted more. I'm down 800. Yeah, 25K, so DD's not, yeah, the DD's not much. I have, yeah. I need, oh shit.
Nobody doesn't like the fundamental story.
That hurt. Well, these other accounts I'm doing okay, but man, that was movement. We're barely alive. Yeah, I'm uncapped. I have 500 DD left. I'm about to blow and keep pumping. Yeah, that's Apex. 80 days gone. Yeah, I'm down like 1,400. Yeah. I hate Friday. It's gone.
Order submitted. Order canceled.
Yeah, consumer discretionary doing the work for a change, up a full percent. Staples not far behind. Some news in autos, CarMax.
Order submitted. Order filled.
Gotta get some pros to buffer so I can pay this one's close. Yeah, my TTT, I'm down 700. Ouch. Yeah, I hate Friday. I can blow my fund to futures too. PA.
As you can see right there, now it's firming up because of all
Order submitted.
but also
It's already down 1,200.
continues to work for those guys, and maybe people got a little too negative on overall volumes right here. If rates come down, that's another piece of it, but they're not really heading in that direction just yet. There's also this journal piece about what they argue could be a budding price or bidding war for this firm GMS.
I'm going to average down one more time. I got my funding.
QXO and Brad Jacobs, who we talk about a lot, at Home Depot. I think we're still waiting for comment out of Depot on this, are we not?
I think so.
GMS was up 20% pre-market.
Yeah, actually, I
Orders
think
submitted.
Builders First Source is up 3.2%. So I don't know if that's drafting in that same trade. Home Depot's made deals in that space before, and the kind of wholesale contractor side. They kind of need something. It's an ugly chart. Home Depot and Lowe's have really struggled here. Obviously, it's the overall home sector that really is one of the more impaired parts of the economy.
Yeah, I mean, we talk a lot about construction spending being negative year on year for the first time since before COVID, and housing starts negative year on year, almost 5%. That's a new cycle low.
And frankly, is kind of exhibit A or B of the folks who say, look, the Fed really should be more focused on downside risks.
Orders submitted.
It's a rare cycle
Oh,
where
bot,
housing does
yeah.
not have a decisive role in tipping it one way or the other.
Order
Now, it's been
filled.
kind of a strange cycle.
Order
Obviously,
canceled.
the absolute level of starts has not really gone back to distressed levels.
Can't
but
DCA anymore.
The trends have been a little worrisome, and the home builder stocks themselves
Orders
haven't been
submitted.
able to avoid it.
That's why Bill Pulte has been really on social media calling for his resignation. This is
Really? That's it?
the administrator of Fannie and Freddie, in touch with the housing market, and the housing market does want lower interest rates, but he's taken it a step further.
Don't blow my Apex. I need this one.
I mean, it's interesting though to think
What? I
about.
thought the Tesla was gonna pump because of the robo taxi.
It's just hypothetically.
Order filled. Order filled.
Damn.
Orders submitted.
Percent for percent. It probably would help in the short term, at least create some
Orders
more
canceled.
appetite for lending among banks, but it's not necessarily a magic bullet.
Yeah, there are other factors that
Orders
influence the 10-year
submitted.
yield, certainly the 30-year yield, like our fiscal position, like our economic position, like what
You think it should be inflationary?
I still don't understand why it's pumping so much.
Like,
I have 300 left on my DD and it's gonna blow this Apex.
and the confidence shock that we got all of a sudden
Fuck.
totally unwinds, and people are excited again, and it's animal spirits again, and
Orders submitted.
Yeah, I made a couple grand out of it. I think like 6,000 out of it.
I think we're not close to that. But you would probably have the long end of the treasury curve starting to work.
That one I'm at 5.
Order filled.
But I didn't have a big
Orders
DD on it
submitted.
because I withdrew through the buffer. But I was building it up.
50 years. And so now we're back talking about BOJ rate hikes and what that does to the carry trade. And
Yeah, everything was in wrong.
Just want to also mention Accenture because it's actually at the
Well,
bottom
my
of the
Lucid hit
S&P 500 this
DLL.
morning,
That
despite
sucks.
it's the bookings number that is in focus right now. This is of course the big
Oh yeah, how you doing on that one?
Order canceled.
They also have a really good read on
That's good.
enterprise business demand. The new bookings for the quarter came in at a decrease of about 6% in dollars, 7% in local currency. We're going to speak next hour to Julie Sweet, the CEO, find out what she's
Order
seeing in
filled.
business.
Order
With the
order
stock down
canceled.
6.5%, really getting punished today.
Yeah. It's been a struggle, and it's sort of this big question, which we obviously can ask her, is where Accenture is a beneficiary or
Oh, I played a wrong account this whole time. I played a Lucid direct account. It's blown. Yeah. Damn it.
Of people. I think that they would say that a huge catalyst for their business because they have to help these businesses that they work for transform their systems and
Another
remake
one.
around AI. Question is, can they do it with fewer people?
yeah, did you see the journal piece this week about how American companies are not adding to head. Basically, the notion is if you're adding to headcount, you're probably doing something wrong. And the chart of white-collar managers at U.S. public companies since 2021 is down 6%.
That sucks.
That's a huge swath of middle-level managers.
Yeah, it is. I mean, there's a cynical read of it which says that companies have to justify the heavy investments they're making in AI, or they end up being a pretty all-purpose excuse if you really just feel like you need to get leaner or show that you're getting leaner anyway. But there's no doubt the trends. I mean, I think the question is the pace of productivity gains.
Yeah, I didn't want to touch that Lucid Direct too, because I was hit DDL the other day.
Work workers' ability to adapt and, you know, people to find other ways to do things. In the 90s, look, I remember I literally remember cover stories about,
I need, what's the TPT?
what a
Two,
receptionist
I
gonna
need
do. Everybody has voicemail.
09. I need a
Really,
big
it
drop.
was that.
01 points.
The other day on Money Movers, he was talking about the
Yeah.
person on the Goldman floor when he started, who was in charge of essentially handwriting your schedule, like your mail.
I mean, it can drop if something happens.
We've gone through a number of technological shifts with his point, and that people get displaced, but then new jobs get created, and we don't necessarily see a spike in unemployment, which I think is one of the questions.
Not a good Friday for sure. Hate Friday.
IBM, speaking of Gary, does get a call out of Wedbush today. Dan Ives goes to 3.
Order canceled.
325.
Nice drop. Took some profit on some.
And we talked to Gary about their no fault quantum efforts and how many problems that's going to solve.
Yeah, work on this.
I mean, somewhat surprisingly, I think for people, IBM has become the best performing Dow Jones Industrial stock of 2025 so far. It's up 28% this year, doing better than JP Morgan, Microsoft, and Boeing. And clearly the simplification over the business of the last few years with Arvind Krishna, the focus on AI.
Yeah, my static got low, so I'll buy some tonight.
You know, businesses still sort of need those kind of AI services as well, more simplified, sort of lower cost options, smaller models essentially. And now here they are pioneering the quantum computer.
There was a lot of skepticism around the Red Hat deal when it was made.
Came right back up.
And, you know, IBM is definitely one of the exceptions that kind of highlights the rule that it's so hard for big tech companies to kind of get out of the trough of just being a slow growth value stock. For many years, you were able to say IBM is cheap, it's got huge free cash flow yield, high dividend yield at times, and it just didn't matter forever until you had the overall mix of the business moving in a growthier direction on the hot trends of the moment. And yeah, it has worked. It's got a valuation premium in there, but you know, it hasn't worked for HP. You can name many others where you just kind of stay cheap. eBay.
Yeah, you got to transform your business.
Yeah.
Something that they've been doing. By the way, they also have a consulting piece of the business which competes with an Accenture, but that hasn't been holding up.
Yeah,
That's
big
more
piece.
discretionary. Gold is also weaker for the week, and the dollar is stronger, which is kind of a reversal of fortunes in recent weeks. Before we head to break, I want to show you bonds for our bond report, show you how the treasuries are faring this morning. This is, you know, post-Powell reaction. Remember, the market was closed yesterday.
Oh yeah, I forgot it's J Powell.
4.4.
This might be the no, it's the FMOC. It might be the, you know, it takes a few days to get the right move. My spy puts red now. Yeah, it's red. Looks like a dump. There we go.
The bond report is brought to you by PIMCO, a global leader in active fixed income.
My PPP cash. It's blown. That's Fidias. It's cheap, so I don't mind that. I don't want to blow my GPT or my Apex.
And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to
Yeah, see, it's got a bunch of them. That's just that. It's like funded. They call it cash. Oh, get me out of Tradify. Oh my god, get me out. I don't want to blow these. These are like 150K Tradify funded. Yeah. I mean, I didn't make that much of it yet because I get started on it. I don't blow it yet.
Fisher's Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher Investments Difference. 3 indispensable guides, yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317. Fisher Investments' disciplined approach will help see you
Trying to dump.
ups and downs and give you the confidence you need to reach a comfortable retirement.
Yeah, it takes a little longer. It's gonna curve down on the oscillator. It's got a whole. I can't DCA anymore.
portfolio is $1 million or more, call Fisher today. Call 1-800-213-5317.
The two most powerful words in the world that we know are what if? And today, thousands of organizations are saying what if, with the power to act on those words like never before. What if you could empower every employee with a limitless digital workforce and that listens, learns, and acts all day, every day? This isn't some far-fetched science fiction fantasy anymore. No, it's happening right now with AI from Salesforce. It's called Agent Force. Agent Force turns your vision into reality. Think about it, a future where every student, client, citizen, and customer experiences the best service possible. And your people, well, now they're free to focus on the work that matters most. All you have to do is bring your dream. Imagine that. What if?
Yeah, I got out one of the what is it? The trader class. I'm good on trader. I got one more need to get out. Need to get 72.
CNBC Plus.
Yeah.
Order canceled.
Taking the lead here at the Open.
Order submitted.
69. I can get out.
This morning, as you can see, week to date, Nasdaq 100 gainers include AMD, Marvell,
Good.
and ARM. Although Warner Brothers.
Order filled.
I got out at a minus 46 on me.
6,009. We'll take a break. Be right back.
I'll go back in on that one.
Order submitted.
Morgan Stanley, old school.
Okay, now I need to get out my take profit. Long way to go.
To create new legacy. The
Order submitted.
Industry.
Order filled.
Generation.
Order canceled.
Because grit and vision working
Come on,
on
baby.
step.
Give me out
Puts you on the
TTT.
path to your full
Order
potential.
submitted.
Old school grit, new world ideas. Morgan Stanley.
When I started turn all this fancy prettiness into a classy looking logo.
202.
Bugatti
Okay.
Hero does with its magical AI
Yeah,
power.
and yeah.
Not only creates it,
Bad.
Order canceled.
Almost blew my fund the futures.
At AG1, our customers deserve the
I need-
and the best.
I need O2 to get out on that one.
AG1 Next Gen has
Order
launched with
submitted.
upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blend backed by gold
60
standard
points not,
clinical
it's not a
trials.
lot.
It's time for the next generation.
Yeah, I got caught. I didn't know some news came out. We went up 100 points, but I was short with the bot. And then the bot switched long on me. And I didn't want to let it go. I should have listened to the bot. I think the bot's up like over 100 points. There we go. I'm out of TTT. Please let me out.
You made it. This opening wouldn't have happened without you.
Yeah, I needed
The
it.
freedom to make all your clients' dreams a reality. The feeling is Mass Mutual.
Needed it bad. Come on, just give me 209.
Canceled.
Give me. Or your sizing wrong, or you should stop loss too short.
Order submitted.
They see is believing, but with Stearns & Foster, that's only part of the story. We handcraft every Stearns & Foster using the finest materials, like indulgent memory and ultra-conforming IntelliCoils for a beautiful mattress and indescribable comfort every single night. Shop now and bring home incredible comfort during our July 4th sale and save up to $600 on select mattresses. Stearns & Foster, what comfort should be. Learn more
Man,
at
that sucks.
stearnsandfoster.com.
We want you to start every day.
My Apex, I need 558 to get out Apex. That's a long way.
Bring the cost of standard installation. Get a home charger with standard installation and employee products around the 2025 plus standard SUV or 2025 F-150 truck.
popular these data center projects are locally. I mean, it would seem as if, you know, there's maybe some rationale to bring in the construction activity, as you mentioned. But if it brings electricity rates,
For my charts, it doesn't look like it. Like 3 minutes looks like it's gonna go down more, and then 15 minutes is still at the upside. But 3 minutes was really bad.
And one issue is that a lot of these sales tax breaks were implemented prior to this explosion. In some cases, they go back more than a decade, and that was when data centers were much smaller, had a much smaller footprint and a very different cost profile. And so there are growing calls.
Yeah, I'm not gonna buy anything. I just want to get out and log off.
Tax rate should still be in place, and we've seen Washington State earlier this year.
Wait, what happened to my EFT? Did I get out? Oh,
Really
I'm still
examine
at
the
that.
impact of the tax revenue, examine the impact of things like the immense power demand that's needed and what that
989.
does for the state's carbon
Order
neutral
canceled.
goals. And then to
Gotta
your point, there
add
are
up on the
concerns that
EFT.
ultimately this will drive up power costs for customers.
Order
For the time being,
submitted.
Virginia State Audit found
Oh, Gammy, you should try that.
ETF,
ETF, 100K fast track. It's only $26, and you get 1 free month of PA. And it has trader bait. That's what I'm doing. You have 14-day to pass.
We're starting to see pushback in places
Yeah,
like
let me
Loudoun
link
County,
you.
which is the most densely data center populated
No,
area.
no, no. You have 14-day to pass the eval, and you have 5 days on the eval. So it's 5 day to pass, but 14 days you have to pass that. So if you hit target the first day, you just flip the next 4 days.
Humanoid robots at their server factory in Houston.
Yeah, Carl. So that's another sticking point here, and why some watchdog groups are saying that they shouldn't, data centers shouldn't get the
6,000, I
sales
think.
tax breaks that other industries like
Yes. No. Yeah, 6,000. You get 3,000 DD only. $26. I mean, it's cheap. I'm just gonna try it. You know what I mean?
50 permanent jobs. Half of those are contract jobs, and so just not.
I just put in my code. The Bugatti should be $26.
And so that's another
Just for fun.
here. Is should these companies get these sales taxes?
I'm glad I messed up on it because I have 6 MNQ. I thought I did NQ. I would have blown that. So I'm good on that for now. I can hold that for a long time.
Stevens back at HQ. So we continue to chop around today, right on the nose with the Dow 155. Stay with us.
But yeah, so you have 14 calendar days to trade and pass. Once you get funded, you gotta just push it, trying to get a payout before the month is over. Yeah, DCA was dumb. I'm glad they removed that too.
Okay, here is your paperwork if you want to review it and make sure everything's in order. These factory flow vents really is good for the tech.
You know, laser measure.
Come on, get me out. Keep dropping, baby.
Nothing comes even close to laser-measured WeatherTech floor lamps. They offer the ultimate protection front, back, and even up the sides. For a full line of clean, American-made products, order at WT.com. Nothing protects like WeatherTech. Every 15 seconds, someone
Yeah.
words.
Should I cut my loss? I'm down $64. So no payout, but I think it's gonna drop more. That's the thing. Yeah, I think so, but I just got stuck bag holding, but the other accounts I did really good.
The stock market is in chaos, and you need to take action now. My name is Mark Chaikin. I got my broker's license in 1966. I've invested through 9 recessions, several massive market panics, and many.
I'm out. I just got out. I'll just take my $11. I'm still up. I'm not red anymore.
Most people freeze up.
I just want to save that TPT. Holy shit. I was down negative 800, so I got $11 I can just take out. I'm fucked. Yeah, I almost blew that. Yeah, I don't size heavy. I got my ass saved. And I bought one short after I got some list gold.
2023 and 2024. Visit the website on your screen to see my detailed briefing in full.
No, it's not yet. But yeah, we dropped like 100 points. I just gotta get out of Apex in my friend of future, and I'm happy. I need 202 for my friend of future.
Business news and analysis as it happens. Global live stream, CNBC Plus, real-time data, and full episodes of CNBC's Business Day lineup on demand. CNBC Plus, access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
I'm gonna get back in the short pivot once again. Looks like it's gonna drop more. I should just go back in the short.
The New York Stock Exchange, David Faber has the day off. Stocks are higher again today, looking set to close
Orders submitted.
stronger. Third up week in the last
Well, I'm gonna short on the pro again so I can get some money back.
Order
Yeah.
filled. Order submitted.
Get some points in.
Order filled.
I need $50 back so I can get some lunch.
Order submitted.
Tesla, those are some of the big winners right now
Oh,
on the NASDAQ.
Babu, you went long? Huh? Good luck, man. Yeah, there's my 209. I would have got out. I would have been green. Damn, I would have been green. Yeah, nice short, dude. Oof. Wow. Yeah. And we knew it was gonna dump. It keeps going up. Yeah. Sizing, you need size it wrong, you're close.
That he's not in a hurry to cut interest rates despite political pressure and despite evidence that inflationary pressures
Yeah.
have come
NQ's trying to hold 22,000.
the Fed shares say,
Bot,
well,
it looks like Bot's gonna go short soon. Yeah. They can next candle, so it might go short if it keeps dropping.
Way on economic activity. Many companies do expect to put all or some or all of the effective tariffs through to the next person in the chain and ultimately to the consumer. One of our jobs is to make sure that a one-time increase in inflation doesn't turn into an inflation problem. And that again, that will depend on the size of the effects, how long it takes for them to come in, and ultimately on keeping inflation expectations anchored.
Oh, I thought you did good last night. You kept trading it now? There you go. They got one short. Yeah, I bought short. Good, I'm gonna hold my other short and hopefully I can get out my Apex. Save my ass. I know Apex is gonna do 90 if I get the payout. Come on, keep dumping it. Save me.
Too much of the stupid dots, which are the forecasts for the Fed cut.
Yeah, this market is hard, Turtle. Today is hard as hell because it's quad rich. Oh, my puts. I check on my puts. I gotta sell.
Officials said no cuts. And in March,
Up 19%. That went all over. Come on, baby. Drop that shit.
Which is telling you there's a growing concern about inflation and wanting to wait and see before
Connection lost.
Oh.
The baseline orientation of this committee is they want to just hold and wait and see and let a lot more.
There's no reason for this pump anyways.
Is to say that you're concerned about potential.
Almost 500 points
Yes,
since lower day from last night. That's stupid.
The committee has gone toward let's do less, not more. Waller this morning, obviously very dovish and saying he even sees the window by July. It's not going to happen based on how this committee is oriented unless you get some pretty poor data. And again, even saying we'll get 2 cuts this year when in fact you might see some cosmetic headline effect of inflation.
Order filled.
Maybe that's not super hawkish.
Order
but
submitted.
in the interim,
Order
they want to
filled.
There we go. I'm up $29 now on my TPT. Get my money back.
To describe the labor market, which also signaled to me that he wasn't particularly concerned about some of the soft spots in the labor market. You can make that argument.
Order submitted.
4.2% and jobless claims below 300,000. I guess the market reaction. Did the Fed tell us anything we didn't know this week?
Not much. In fact, the market it lost a little bit of a rally from mid-morning. You know, when he basically was pretty affirmative in saying that he
bought short at 13.
inflationary effects of tariffs and they wouldn't want to look through them. Market backed up, but
Still
again,
think it's a good short still. I think this 3-minute looks like it's gonna drop more. 15-minute looks like it's more upside, so I don't know.
Many are that the labor market is
Yeah.
kind of wobbling here, stall speed, and then the downside risks have increased. I don't think you heard what you wanted to hear from him. On the other hand, it wasn't incrementally hawkish versus the last meeting, so I feel like it was sort of a more of the same type
I think they
of.
could have acknowledged a little bit of the softness in the
Order filled.
because it wasn't
Order
as solid
submitted.
as it was.
Order filled.
No, I would totally agree with that. And there's always a way to, you know, to
Order
massage
submitted.
it. And yeah, there's no doubt. Look, there's always a fight the last war instinct on the Fed. And if you believe the last war was we were insufficiently attentive to inflation, right? This is how
Are you trading anything, Gambit? No, right?
What you lost in the last war was we got anchored to current conditions and
Come on, baby, get me out. Yes, I'm out of. Whew, I almost blew my funded futures. I need $20 more to get my $100, and I got one more day for a payout. Nice shit, dude. Well done.
I think also during that on whether tariffs are a one-time price
That's gross. After commission. You talking about my funded futures, right?
It could be a lot less than we are now penciling it. It could be more. Let's go to be more.
You're talking about you're over $100. So what are you talking about?
price shock for consumers and to have demand go
Oh.
up. So it just doesn't feel like the kind of environment where the Fed would need to fight it with higher overall restrictive rates.
Yeah, there's the argument
Nice.
that the inflation from tariffs is self-correcting because the demand destruction is so fierce.
Now,
Speaking of the Fed,
keep
voting
dropping.
on
Get me out of
Wall today made
Apex.
some headlines during this interview with Steve Leisman this morning, and Steve joins us.
Holy shit, what a day.
Hey, Steve.
Hey, good morning again. Fed Governor Chris Waller in an exclusive CNBC interview threw a wrench in this market consensus that we have that the Fed, hey, is going to take the summer off. But Waller said the central bank should think about, or actually could,
Order
cut rates
filled.
as soon as July.
Whew. I was down $2,000 on this TTT that I have. This is the one I bought myself. I just got out. I took a negative 50, negative $20.
These good news rate cuts, if inflation comes down to
Long as bag hole.
we can actually bring rates down. This is about November 23. So I think we're in that position. Now we could do this and as early as July.
Yeah, I should have waited to short at open instead of short all this pre-market.
Price effect, and they don't bleed into broader.
I can't bitch. I got out live.
125 to 150 over neutral, and he does have growing concern over the job market. He noted the Fed has been on pause for 6 months, and if he's wrong about inflation, he says the Fed could just pause again after cutting rates.
Order filled.
There was a modest jump in the July.
I'm an ETF one out. I'm agreeing on that.
15%
I'm
rate
gonna
cut
change the NQ on that.
a little bit more on Waller's comments for December and September.
Wow, keep
up
dropping.
to about 70% probability.
Need to save my Apex.
Just a bit. A July rate cut, very steep hill to climb. The Fed chair has said he expected meaningful.
Oh, my Phidias cash is saved. I made $100. I need 150 to count this a day, but damn, I was down 1,200 too. That's the only Phidias I have left. It's the funded one.
And maybe more mainstream come July, guys.
I wonder another reaction, Steve, how long it's going to take the president to take note of Waller's very different opinion than what we got from Fed Chair Powell. I know Secretary Bessent, I'm sure, is paying attention. He doesn't miss stuff like this.
I want to be short on this
Whether there's
Phidias, but
chatter,
just do
this is
one.
a job that's going to be open next year about whether that's what's happening here.
I'm sure this is something that got the president's attention. But, sir, I want to throw it back at you and maybe to the panel there, if you don't mind, which is, I'm troubled by the optics of all this. Let's say that the tariffs come in and do meaningfully push up the inflation rate for the next month, for the month
Order
of June.
canceled.
You're really going to see the Fed cutting rates when you have an increase increase, a meaningful increase in the tariff rate. It seems like something to me that, hey, that's why Powell
Order
wants to
submitted.
win, because the optics and the message it sends to the market about tolerance for inflation is just a bad one. Even if Waller is 100% correct, the idea of hiking when you have a half a point or 3/4 of a point added to the CPI just seems bad to me.
Well, except for the fact
Oh,
David,
it's
that
brutal.
if you
It was so
have
brutal
more
today.
increasing evidence of softness in the labor market, and you don't have the Fed
But yeah, he was doing good. I got caught. I was down so much, but I didn't. My sizing was good, so I got out live. Only blew the Lucid funded or direct.
And he literally said, well, you don't want to wait until the job market tanks. Isn't that right, Steve?
He did say that, absolutely. And
Me? No, I got caught with a bot. I went short with a bot pre-market, and some news came out and it pumped 120. Yeah, and I didn't want to cut it. I was just holding it. I got 2 Apex. I'm bag holding now. It's the one that's uncapped. I was like 200 from blowing, so it's coming down. Something about they want to talk about having a limit on nuclear weapons for Iran, and I thought it was a peace talk, but that's all I got from it. But
it's a disagreement over the timing, and I think another disagreement over how much faith.
But that's it. It dumped after this. But I blew all my Phidias static eval. I could grab more before the sales end. Yeah, I was trying to gamble. I did 1 NQ, it blew in seconds. But my Phidias cash as saved, I was down 1,800 and I got out with $100. So not bad. I just want to get out Apex and I'm done. I got a piece so bad, I've been holding it in for like 2 hours.
What they're doing right now is the correct thing because uncertainty.
How do you do today? You did good, or you just woke up?
Itself, as Sarah had said earlier on, we have an increasing number of members, voting members, who would not be cutting rates this year, even though they have stuck with.
I did bad on Lucid. I blew 1 eval.
In September and December. There's an awful lot of uncertainty.
Yeah, I should have bought that. I think I might buy that before the sales in, because my 50K, I blew 2 of the 50K eval, and then 1 of the direct.
You mentioned the word stagflation, which I think has caused investors to sit up.
Yeah, it's not a lot.
Right. Market-wise, do you think the bulls are in a pattern of hoping for more extensions, more delays on tariffs, and even on
I don't work with that company. If you want to use the code DOC on that, that's my buddy.
So again, a pause that causes investors to feel a little bit more optimistic that calmer decisions will be made. Also, we are less than 2% away from a new all-time high, and history says the market tends to advance another 10% over a 4-month period before slipping into another decline of 5% or more.
Sam, that pattern that you just mentioned there, that's when the market has come back from a correction to within 2% of the old high, and then you usually have some follow-through?
Exactly, Mike. Basically, what we find is that correction declines of 10 to 20% usually take about 4 months to go.
No, it's not free.
And then another 4 months to get back to break even. But this was a very swift decline, and traditionally swift means shallow and short-lived. So there's a likelihood that we could end up correcting or recovering all that we lost in this correction in a matter of 2 to 3 months, not your typical 4 months. And also we have seen the worst performers during the decline once again be the best performers as we are recovering.
I gotta go see. I'll be back.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at some of the gains in the chip names again, AMD and some of these names. Do you adjust your valuation forecast for the sort of technological revolution playing out in AI right now, whether it's the semiconductors or the hyperscalers or just the entire market based on some of the forecasts for what we're going to see in terms of transformation of business and productivity.
Absolutely, Sarah. Well, if you look over the last 20 years, the S&P 500 now is trading 2 standard deviations above its mean. Yet if you bring that to a 10-year average, it's trading at a little less than 1 standard deviation above. And if you're dealing with a 5-year look back, then that premium ends up shrinking once again. But with technology being 30+% of the S&P 500's cap weighting, but a majority of its growth because of our positive outlook on technology, along with financials and communication services, we still believe that there is upside potential.
Sam, do you think we mentioned the other day sort of the transports and the small caps inability to get anywhere near their highs from last year? Do you think those are still a reliable comment on economic activity, and you need to see them assert themselves before you even invest in things like tech?
No, I think tech certainly is marching to its own beat. But the question has been out there for quite some time as to when will the mid and small caps participate in this rally. They continue to trade at double-digit discounts to their average PE ratios, average relative PE ratios over the past 10 years. And I find that bull markets don't die of old age, they die of fright. And what they're most afraid of is recession. And I think that's what's holding back the mid and small caps is the potential for an economic slowdown while we see a pickup in inflation. So the large caps might be able to survive that better than the mid and the small caps. I think that's why they continue to remain under pressure.
Interesting split in the equity environment. Sam, good insight as always. It's great to have you. I'll talk soon. Sam Scoville.
Thanks, Carl.
Here is our roadmap for the rest of the hour. Former Defense Secretary Mark Esper will join us to weigh in on the latest in the Middle East and whether he thinks President Trump will opt for direct U.S. involvement in this war.
Plus, we'll talk to Accenture's CEO as that stock pulls back despite the company's strong.
It's not it's ETF, not FE.
Details behind this record-setting sale of this majority stake in the storied NBA franchise. Big show still ahead as Walk on the Street continues after this. ServiceNow connects every corner of your business, putting AI to work for people. Every corner? Every corner, Nick. So, taking HR, and focus on people, not processes. Patty and IT is using AI agents to deal with the small stuff so you can work on big stuff. AI helps Jim solve customer problems before their problems. Oh, so we all work better together. My work here is...
Order submitted.
Excuse me, please wait back.
I know how to make slick-looking goggles/glasses, but I have no idea how to make slick-looking social media stuff. But GoDaddy Hero uses AI to create social content out of thin air, like this one.
I think it's gonna drop a little bit more.
ETFs. With over 70 ETFs, we have solutions for every market. Helping advisors build the portfolios of the future today. Franklin Templeton, a trusted partner for what's ahead.
Join the club and start your investing day before the opening bell with specific strategies for members only.
By joining the club, it gave me access to that knowledge from Jim that gave me more confidence in my investing.
Yeah, I trade on funded, I trade MNQ, but on eval, I trade NQ. I play safer when it's funded.
Order submitted. Cancel.
Glad we got Jersey Mike's for lunch. Yeah, this sub bowl looks great. Wait, why is Danny DeVito fishing in here?
Oh, that doesn't matter. It's a Jersey Mike's commercial. So what matters most is your sub and that sub bowl, freshly sliced. That's what matters.
I don't think you're allowed to do that.
It's okay. I'm feeding the fish provolone.
Yeah, but
That was a provolone. Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
Some things are just better at home. Like picking out new floors. For a limited time, get up to 40% off your entire project during our June savings event.
Dude, I take a lot of people good luck today. I'm seeing all this chat in Discord. Holy cow.
Need some help.
Yeah, a lot of people do that. think that it got stuck in the long and it dumped.
Accenture is now the
Because more people long than actually short.
new bookings dropping 6% in the U.S. currency in its fiscal third quarter. The company last quarter warned that Doge's crackdown on federal spending would lead to delays in cancellations.
So that's how we get caught.
Let's talk about all of that right now with Accenture CEO Julie Sweet. Julie, thank you for taking the time.
But today's not trend day, really. It just pumped and then it jumped hard.
To be focused on the fact that they were lower from last year.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me, Sarah. Yes.
Yeah.
Look, our bookings
Assume
were
everybody
really strong in the quarter
bought the
when you
dip when
think
it dipped
about
like 50 points and it dumped
$20
another
billion,
100.
and it's a tough compare because last Q3
I think
we had a
Bobby was
26%
long
increase.
earlier, so I'm not sure if
And
he
so we're
got
really
out.
pleased with our bookings. We have 30 clients with over $100 million in the quarter. And then when you look at
I'm just holding 2 Apex, that's it.
demand is demonstrated in our revenue. We beat the top end of our guidance. We've raised guidance on revenue, EPS, and free cash flow. So a super strong quarter, and you know we're going to
still need
continue
12
to
more
demonstrate that Accenture is able
No,
to
no, my
pivot
funny futures, so I can get my $100.
GenAI bookings this quarter were again $1.5 billion.
Yeah. I didn't get it yesterday, so I'll try to get it today.
Driving that, and also how should investors think about some of the changes that you're implementing, combining strategy, consulting, technology, and operation services into?
We'll start the giveaway in 11, okay?
So the bookings are being driven by the fact that we're really starting to see clients scale and embed
That's how many more do I have?
GenAI in almost everything we do. And so, you know,
1,
ship
2, I
building,
have 4 more to give out.
connected ship. So imagine a ship that is able to predict its maintenance, manage its energy use on its own, and talk to the dock before it goes there. Cheese, you know, something we all love, Bell, which makes the beloved laughing cow. We're using AI and modernization to help them revamp their manufacturing processes and supply chain in order to make sure we all can buy Baby Bell. And so you can really see the use of GenAI at scale across industries and really every part of the enterprise. So that's what's driving it. And when you think about what's driving our bookings and our business, last year I was on this program talking about how we have pivoted to accelerate reinvention services. That's what clients need. That's what's driving the bookings. You know, the 30 clients, you know, who have $100 million of bookings or more. And what makes us unique is that we bring them solutions, right? With using all of these capabilities. No one in our industry has at scale all of the different things: strategy, operations, technology, song, consulting. And what we're going to do now is make it even easier to bring those solutions, embed data and AI, so that we can be and really scale across our
1,000 more to
client
get a
base and
payout on
into
bone
markets
docs.
using our reinvention services. We're super excited. And you know,
No, not yet. I'm about. No, I'm still 1,000 away.
model then to take advantage of the moment
I was down a lot after the payout, so I just got it back.
it's going, and then being
Yeah, Doc, I did.
way to operate, organize, work together to capture the opportunity, and that's how we see this latest growth model change.
Julie, you mentioned the company's ability to perform in a tough market. What specifically is making it a tough market environment right now? Is it just
Hey, Cal, ETF. Oh shit, I'm out. I'm out Apex. Hell yeah. I am out. Holy shit. I'm out.
We saw this real elevation
All flat.
when we came into the year from everything
Wow.
from the tariffs, right, the macroeconomics. We saw things tick down, and then of course we have the latest new conflict in the Middle East, right? All of these
Dude,
things.
what a flush.
It's not just one, right? In industries and boardrooms around
Wow.
the world, they're facing the challenges of economic uncertainty, geopolitical.
Oh, my puts. I gotta go set my puts.
As major changes in customer behavior,
Yeah.
which is why
Yeah, I'm selling my put about 60%. I'm selling that. Yeah.
GenAI in particular is a new way of meeting challenges and creating new types of
I caught it. Was it 70 points?
AI is only a tool. You can't use it to get value
Okay,
unless you
I'm staying
understand
flat now.
how companies operate, what processes need to change? How do you do change management? And then you're willing to be disruptive, and that's what our clients are. It is so exciting to see how our clients are embracing reinvention.
Wow, look at that drop. Holy shit.
CEOs, I'm talking to them
Shit
every
the
day.
hell.
They want resilience, but they
What
also
the
want results, and that's why they come to Accenture.
We just, I think it was earlier in the week, we got this new survey on CEO confidence from the Business Roundtable. It's a 5-year low. And that's coming after we got the delay in those reciprocal tariffs. Julie, I just wonder whether or not you think that's going to manifest itself in sort of structural changes in hiring habits or more cyclical things like CapEx and bookings.
You know, I think what you see is that in the short term, right, everyone's managing their budget, they're managing to the environment. But unlike, say, 3 months ago when you heard a lot about, companies pausing, that's not what I'm hearing. I was just with a CEO yesterday who was like, we need to be full speed ahead on transforming so that no matter what the environment, we're the one leading in the environment, in the industry. And so what I hear most from CEOs now are focus and leapfrog, because they want to make sure that they're not doing the things that are not going to really move the needle. And that's why we are driving so much reinvention. That's why we
I
pivoted
don't
our
want too
business
long,
to focus
and we're
on that
negative
demand.
now.
And they want to know, how can we make sure that we're the first to use AI, Gen AI, to really set a new standard in the industry. And that's what's driving our growth. Do you expect job losses to pick up here, whether it's because of these AI productivity adoption from companies or just the macro environment? Sure. I think it's hard to answer that question in the absence of really looking around the globe, because every market's a little bit different. I know there's often questions, about what is AI going to do? And what we're seeing clients really focus on who are successful is these new technologies and navigating the environment require you to be both more efficient and find new sources of growth. And so really what we're advising clients is that the opportunity now is for the companies that act decisively, and that if you're not operating differently than you were 12 months ago, you may be falling behind, because in every industry, companies are saying, I need to rise to the moment. There is no one out there, no CEO is saying to me, I can just ride this out, the investors will give us a pass. They absolutely demand results. And so you're going to see a combination of actions from companies. Got it. Well, we certainly appreciate you joining us and adding all that color to the numbers, Julie. Thank you. Nice to see you. Thanks for having me. Julie Sweet, CEO of Accenture. Buffalo is still down about 6% today.
Meanwhile, CarMax shares gaining after some strong results before the bell. What those results say about the state of the consumer coming up next.
Oh, damn.
Of course, weighing a decision on whether to join Israel in its campaign against Iran. His former defense secretary, Mark Esper, will join us with his take on how this may all play out.
He was down 26,000 yesterday, too.
Connection lost.
He usually long, so he got caught in the dump.
Now you need to plan for retirement income. Learn ways to avoid common mistakes, like being.
I'm just too scared to trade now after holding for so long. Way too scared to trade. Fuck, I just need $20 for my funny future.
13 retirement blunders to avoid and maximize your Social Security. Call 1-800-759-4477. Fisher tailors a plan to keep you on track for a retirement you want. And as a fiduciary, we do better when our clients do better. Call now for your comfortable retirement. Call 1-800-759-4477. Call us today. You don't have it coming to you unless you plan for it. If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call 1-800-759-4477.
Stock investors, learning to use options could improve your returns when stocks rise and turn losing stocks into winning trades. Options are now used up to 68 million times a day, proving that for many of today's savviest investors, trading stocks alone, it's not an option. Our new book can show you how to become a successful options trader. And today, we're giving away copies for free.
See, 15 minutes is towards, not so, 3 minutes towards the bottom. Like, let's drop a little bit more, but 15 minutes still looks like it's gonna go up. So, I wouldn't stay short long.
shares anymore. I just buy options. I would say if you were considering learning from John and Pete for options, it's a no-brainer. You're learning from guys who 25 plus years in business. I highly recommend everyone gets John and Pete's book because there's nothing else out there like it. Get your free copy now at itsnotanoption.com. Itsnotanoption.com.
We just signed the lease on our third shop. My assistant went to customink.com to get new uniforms with all the locations. He found great products, uploaded new art, and had boxes sent to all the shops. Custom Ink makes it so easy. Get started today at customink.com.
When you're actively trading, the fees really start to add up. Public is the only platform that offers rebates on your option trades, which help offset those costs. It's a simple way to help me keep more of what I earn.
Is where legends are made and major dreams become reality.
Live on NBC and streaming on Peacock.
30 minutes into the trading session, NASDAQ just now going negative. Some of the movers we're watching. Kroger's at the top of the S&P after beating earnings estimates and reaffirming full-year guidance. The grocer also posting a 15% rise in e-commerce sales. Home Depot reportedly making this bid for building products distributor GMS after an unsolicited bid from building products company QXO to buy it for about $5 billion in cash earlier in the week. And CarMax this morning popping after strong results today, although off of the best levels of the session. Our Phil LeBeau joins us to talk more about the takeaways from that and whether or not, Phil, tariffs are feeding.
You got 10 points, right, Chris? Try to win the ETF soon.
Everybody in the industry knows that because you saw a surge.
No. It only set to end of the month, so you should be good.
Reflected by CarMax. They beat on the top and the bottom line, Carl.
Yeah, just try it. You win it, just try to pass it.
Taking a look at their results for the first quarter, it's pretty clear
Those guys gonna pay. They're actually getting better.
Most of the key metrics, they did better than expected.
No.
Good
ETF.
Same-store sales, plus 8.1% for the quarter. Most analysts were not expecting 8.1%, probably in the 7.7%
ETF, right?
8% range. So that was better than expected. And when you look at the used car market, keep in mind that the residual value is near a record high. That has played into CarMax's favor as they've been able to effectively.
They spend a lot on advertising all over Twitter and Instagram. I keep seeing the ETF guy, the blonde haired guy, keep talking about ETF. It's funny.
Profit per vehicle, if you take a look at shares of CarMax over the last 3 months, 2,407 again, a little better.
Yeah, it's just the way they have targeting. They have the geo targeting, so you see, you keep clicking on the ETF stuff, and it stays in there for a while, unless you clear your cookies.
But certainly not the pop that we thought we'd see carry through throughout the day after the better than expected results.
Yeah.
And Phil, any indication from the company as to whether, in fact, this is sustainable? I wonder if that's what the market's trying to sort out.
That's what the market is trying to sort out. Okay, you had a nice quarter, especially with same-store sales. Your gross profit per vehicle was a better number than many expected. Now can you do it on a regular basis? And that's been the problem for CarMax when you look at this company over the last several years. It's been inconsistent, Mike, in terms of delivering on a regular quarter after quarter after quarter basis.
Yeah. It's kind of a tough business over time. We'll see, Phil. Thank you very much.
Very much so.
All right, time now for a CNBC News update with Silvana Henao.
Hey, Mike, good morning. Well, an appeals court ruled President Trump can keep control of the National Guard troops he deployed to Los Angeles following protests over immigration raids. The decision held a ruling from a lower court judge who decided the president acted illegally when he activated the troops. The 3-judge panel said presidents don't have unfettered power to seize control of a state's National Guard, but ruled the Trump administration showed enough evidence it had defensible rationale for doing so. Grammy-winning musician Chris Brown pleaded not guilty today to assaulting a man in a London nightclub. The judge set his trial on charges for October.
How much you pay for that?
He's accused of attacking a music
it's
producer
free.
in the nightclub with a tequila bottle. Brown is currently released on a nearly $7 million bail. And Sean Diddy Combs' trial resumed this morning after court ended early on Wednesday because one of the jurors got sick. Prosecutors are expected to wrap up their case soon, and the defense team says it needs 2 to 5 days to present its case. One of Combs' former personal assistants is on the stand
today, Sarah. I'll send it back to you.
Okay, Silvana, thanks. After this, former
Yeah.
Defense Secretary under President Trump, Mark Esper, with his take on what happens next in the Israel-Iran war and possible U.S. intervention. Also, check out shares of this mystery name gaining today on strong results, adding to what's been outperformance over the last month, the last quarter, and the last year. What's driving the move and what company it is later this hour.
Last-minute getaway calls. Thanks, Rick. Book last-minute deals on thousands of stays with Virgo.
Franklin Templeton Custom Tax Management. Easily create custom SMAs with our Canvas platform and help investors keep more of what they earn. Franklin Templeton, your trusted partner for what's ahead.
Gina Costa, looking simply stunning. What's this? She's opening her Fidelity app to buy that stock with no fees or commissions. Because what does Gina got?
Gina's got the look.
That never gets old.
Talk about easier investing.
In the age of AI, smarter threats need a smarter detection. CrowdStrike's private AI is delivering the future.
I'm gonna get hit 22,000 again. I'm gonna reshort and try to get my $12 in.
Breach we stop and refined by human expertise. Chart AI gets smarter so your business stays safer. So you can build for tomorrow with confidence and efficiency and protect what matters most. That's why the businesses you trust CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
Wow, looks like your hiring's making a lot of people happy. ZipRecruiter's new tool, Zip Intro, is a game changer. It's
Crazy
taking so
day.
many steps in the hiring process. Look, I just pick a time and it handles everything, from finding great candidates to setting up interviews. So no more back and forth. Right. I can just choose from this list and meet with them as soon as tomorrow. Oh wow, another dignified portrait of me.
Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Try it free. Only at ZipRecruiter.com/CNBC.
Today is a new age.
Circle is building the foundation of our new economic system. We can raise global economic prosperity.
Everyone loves New Jersey Mike's chocolate chunk mini cookies made with brown butter, baby. The camera person, the sound person, even the person who lives in my pocket. Thanks, man. Yeah, you're welcome.
It's bigger in Texas.
I'm trying to go back up.
Lady Luck is my name and making business better is my game. Let me take care of your scheduling for you.
Oh, we have Clover. It does our scheduling for us.
With Clover, the world's smartest point of sale system. Create your own luck.
The White House saying President Trump will decide on a strike on Iran within the next 2 weeks, while the conflict in the Middle East escalates between Israel and Iran without a resolution in sight. Mark Esper, former Secretary of Defense and former Secretary of the Army, joins us now. It's great to have you, Secretary Esper. What do you think President Trump will do?
Well, good morning, Sarah. Look, first of all, I thought he made a smart decision by pausing the clock, if you will, and giving himself more time and giving the situation more time to develop. There is so much more to consider than just whether we can send a couple B-2 bombers over Fordo and bomb it or not. The questions have to be about, what is the effectiveness of the strike? How long will it take them to rebuild the infrastructure? And then what will Iran do the next day? And the vulnerability of U.S. service members and facilities in the region. And then, of course, you got to consider, what are our partners in the region thinking? What's their view? Because they host the 40,000 or so service members that are in the region, and where our bases are.
Thanks,
So there's a
Turtle.
lot to consider here. So I think it was a smart move to slow things down, let the situation develop. Let's see how talks go today in Geneva. They're ongoing right now, and then reassess as you go along.
If the U.S. does not get involved, can Israel complete the mission on its own?
Possibly. I mean, there's always the option for a ground assault of some sort. That would be very risky, but could be effective. I think
Dang, you
whether
went
it's a
green
ground
quick.
assault, whether it's aerial assault using U.S. bombers, eventually we're going to need to get people on the ground in that facility, whether it's military personnel from a friendly country or IAE inspectors, which is far more likely. We're going to need to know what happened, how much destruction was there. And look, Sarah, keep in mind, we still don't know where the 900 pounds or so of enriched uranium is, the 60%.
Yeah,
We need to track
he's
that down
gone
as well,
heavy.
because that gives you enough capacity to make up to 10 nuclear weapons.
Is there any realistic scenario where Iran comes to the table and there is a diplomatic resolution to this? Any talks? They haven't shown any willingness to do so.
He has
But
like
the
2
Iran
million
foreign
there.
minister is meeting with European foreign ministers. It's interesting because not Israel and the United States are not present at that meeting. But is there some sort of ending here that can happen without further escalation, where it's talks?
Yeah, I think that's the key question. Look, I think at the end of the day, whatever happens, there's going to have to be a negotiation with regard to what Iran can and cannot do.
Oh wow, that dropped. Holy
inspections
shit.
and surveillance and
Dang, I wanted
all
a
those
short
things
too.
they need to make sure that they don't pursue a program beyond what's happened now or in the coming weeks. You're right about the Iranians. Look, they're talking tough going in. The foreign minister said Iran would not negotiate while conflict is ongoing, but yet he's sitting in Geneva. So you tend to have a lot of tough talk on the outside. Much of that is for domestic consumption in Iran. We'll see what happens behind closed doors. I was pleased to read that the foreign ministers of Germany, the UK, and France have said, look, we're going to talk not just about uranium enrichment, which should be off the table, which they should not be allowed to do, but also
Yeah, his movement's too crazy.
of terrorism throughout the region and the world. So I think that's a great starting point. I think those are high hurdles for the Iranians to get to, but at some point in time, their country will continue to get devastated and will need to come to the table. And look, I know something important to your viewers.
Under 900 again. I do want to just get a quick long in so I can get my points.
Order submitted. In large measure, sites such as
So I get a quick long.
input on energy production on the
Order
$4 and so there are order submitted.
Oh fuck!
Negotiation. The question is,
It went down.
it's
Come on, bounce on.
I should say unpopularity with the Iranian people. What's it going to take to get them?
Yeah, I was hoping it bounced back to 900.
Notification from one of the
Oh,
shippers.
this is a YOLO.
Today said that the traffic out of the straits has been
Fuck.
uninterrupted so far. Do you think about how easy it would be to mine that area if the Iranians chose to do so, and what that would do to certainly a quarter of all oil traffic?
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. 20 to 25% of energy supplies coming through the Strait of Hormuz. It would not be difficult for them to mine it, or of course, obstruct it with some type of sinking of a ship. That's something that we always kept in mind. I'm sure the Israelis are too. It would not be hard to sink the Iranian Navy, but you have to be 100% successful if you're going to prevent that. But that's just another key factor that's sitting out there that could have, an impact on global energy supplies. And look, I might add too, Iran doesn't have too many allies out there, but the allies they do have, Russia and China primarily, depend heavily on Iranian oil being shipped to them. So there's those impacts with Iran's
Okay, that out. I'm $6 away.
Question, your name got invoked in these hearings for
I know, just like your 12 cents. And you... Oh man.
than he did when it came to
You were talking about that. What? You still holding it?
protests here in the homeland. Your thoughts on how it's been deployed so far, and maybe this appeal for decision last night?
Look, I'm going to stay out of the domestic politics happening on Capitol Hill.
Yeah, it's a tough May and June. It's been really bad for us.
There is a role, of course, for the National Guard when it comes to support to civilian authorities, and the court made a ruling, and we'll see where it goes from there.
All right, Secretary Esper, really appreciate you weighing in on the Middle East and helping us understand what could be next. Good to see you, Mark Esper, former
me too.
Secretary of Defense.
That mystery chart we showed you earlier in the hour, it's Darden Restaurants, one of the best performers in casual dining this year, moving higher today on some pretty impressive comps. We'll break some of those down and talk about it more in a moment. Plus, the richest deal ever for a U.S. sports franchise. Some of the key details behind the surprise sale.
I have went long on my hideous cash. And I'm out. Yeah, I need
Nick likes what he sees.
Order filled. Order submitted.
Do you want to know where to invest?
Okay, it's got $100.32. I'm done. I'm done with my funny futures.
Electric vehicles, cryptocurrencies, or robotics.
MNQ, yeah.
A little known technology is projected to become roughly 10 times
Now I
bigger
gotta get my Phidias to 150. Then I can be done with that.
The most exciting human discovery since fire. And billionaire entrepreneur Vinod Khosla says you can make 1,000 times your money by investing in this phenomenon. But if you want to claim a stake in this revolution, you have to act fast. We're about to cross what Barron's calls an impending tipping point. So do you want to know how to get started with this technology? Go to the website on the screen, and I'll show you how. Hi, my name is Whitney Tilson. I'm a former hedge fund manager. I've been featured in virtually
Everybody
every
over Trey.
single major financial publication and TV show. How did I accomplish all this?
Order
I'll
filled.
tell you this. I don't come from money. In fact, my parents
Yeah.
were teachers who met in the Peace Corps. The secret to my success is that I have a knack for finding explosive investments
Mark has been
in
hard.
massively disruptive technologies. I bought Amazon in
Oh
1999.
damn, I went long
I
and
bought
he
Apple
did.
in 2000. And I bought Netflix in 2012.
Crazy.
Like that helped me grow my hedge fund
Let's see
from
which
million
else I need to
to
play
200
and
million
get this
and nearly
Apex
tripled my
back
clients'
to
money.
green.
The technology that just landed on my radar might be the most
Order
disruptive
filled. Order canceled.
There we go. Now I'm greening all the Apex.
One market insider predicted that it could be even more important than the Industrial
What
Revolution.
else I need to trade?
And I want to give you free of charge
Let's see.
the name and
What's the
ticker symbol of the
oscillator?
company at the center
Looks
of
like
this
it's still got some
disruption.
more
You don't
downside.
have to give me your email address, your credit card, or anything like that. Just go to the website on the screen now.
Goldilocks needs a place of her own, and fast. Thankfully, she's on Redfin. They update their listings every 2 minutes. And with so many options, she's bound to find exactly what she wants.
This one's just right. Is she leaving?
But,
Come on, pump it, baby.
good morning. Welcome to CNBC Plus. Where to?
Order filled.
There we go.
For the open. On our way.
On-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Access any market, anytime, anywhere with CNBC Plus. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
Shares of Darden Restaurants gaining after quarterly results this morning. Kate Rogers here with those details and all the other names to watch in casual dining. Kate.
Hey, Mike, good morning. A beat on the top and bottom lines for Olive Garden parent Darden, driven by same-store sales gains, which were up 4.6% overall. Olive Garden up 6.9%, leading the pack. Its same-store sales guidance was in line, but EPS was slightly below consensus for the full year. Now, last week, analysts gave Darden 5 price target increases ahead of earnings. Its stock is among the best performers in the sector for the year. It's up around 20% year-to-date alongside Papa John's and just behind Wingstop, which is the best performing name in the entire sector so far. It's also far outperforming other casual names.
What's low date? 700?
Down over 25% year-to-date. Texas Roadhouse up just about 6%. Morgan Stanley says overall the category is relatively strong right now due to both demographic exposure and the appearance of value. The
Back to
proposition
green.
of getting more for your money is really resonating in casual right now, more so than fast food and quick service. There have also been, remember, a slew of bankruptcies in the casual space, from TGI Fridays to Red Lobster, Hooters, and more, which really leaves the remaining chains better positioned with consumers. Darden execs said this morning, casual is just a good deal for the money. It's seeing income cohort growth everywhere except those making $50,000 annually and under. And they're also seeing particularly strong growth from 150K and up households, which I thought was a really interesting stat there. Sarah, back over to you. Good deal for the money. I mean, that's the strategy right now across retail and food. Thank you, Kate Rogers.
Like
Kroger's at the top of the S&P 500. Speaking of
15
food
minutes.
right
Looks like I
now,
might
it is
drop
a
more
big,
later on.
intense move for the grocery chain. Higher up
This
more than 7%
long.
as we speak. Look, comp store sales were better than expected, 3.2%. Consensus was 2.4%. The company did raise its forecast for sales for the year based on what they said was strong momentum that they're seeing, particularly in pharmacy, in their own brands, our brands, they call it, the private label brands, and e-commerce, which grew 15% in the quarter. They maintained their earnings guidance because of what they call a macroeconomic uncertain environment. So one of those,
I'll be
that's
back.
a trend, Mike, where you raise sales guidance if you're doing well, but you keep earnings guidance because you have to be prudent about things. Thing that Kroger's doing, which maybe the market is rewarding, is they're doing an assessment of the stores and have said that they're going to close 60 stores in the next 18 months. Just as part of a review for productivity, they will find new roles for the associates affected. So don't worry about layoffs there, but just more productivity savings in light of pausing that for the last few years because they were trying to get this merger done for Albertsons. The other big question that always comes up is any update on CEO? No update. They're still doing this search for a more permanent CEO, but there's this interim CEO, Ron Sargent, who's been there for the last few months since Rodney McMullen was ousted and or left abruptly. And he's, not slowing down, I'm told. And so that's part of the, I think, jump in the shares today. Add it all up, and they look like they're in a good position to absorb, for instance, any price inflation or anything like that. They actually said on the call, tariffs have not had a material impact on our business, and given what we know today, we don't expect them to going forward.
Still going to say, mostly a domestic story, and the all-time high of the stock I was noticed 73 from a couple months ago.
Still to come this morning, details on the sale of a majority stake in the LA Lakers, which has now become the richest valuation of any U.S. pro sports team ever. When we're back in a minute.
Real-time exchange sector sort is sponsored by Sector Spider ETFs.
Order submitted.
I guess I'm not the easiest person to please. I like things just right. That's why I love Redfin's home recommendations. They know what I want even before I do. A home that's just right.
Yes. Yes.
Stock investors, learning to use options could improve your returns when stocks rise and turn losing stocks into winning trades. Our new book can show you how.
I got the book and I read it in a weekend, and it's just like, wow.
On a measurable level, I'm being successful.
I have a couple stocks, but I don't have many of them anymore. It's all options for me.
I highly recommend everyone gets John and Pete's book because there's nothing else out there like it.
Get your free copy today at itsnotanoption.com. That's itsnotanoption.com.
What if you could invest in a future where skin cancer treatment is non-invasive and relatively painless? Medicus Pharma's groundbreaking solution delivers chemotherapy directly to the tumor site, offering a mostly painless alternative to invasive surgeries. With the skin cancer treatment market expected to exceed $20 billion by 2030, Medicus is poised to meet the demand for cost-effective, non-surgical options. Now advancing Phase 2 studies. Medicus Pharma, leading the charge in skin cancer innovation.
Overtime's about understanding what just happened in the markets that day and preparing for tomorrow. I'm looking to talk to sophisticated investors, beginning investors. I'm always learning.
Closing Bell Overtime, weekdays 4 Eastern and streaming on CN.
Taco Bell's $5, $7, and $9 Lux Cravings boxes. Take a luxurious dip with the $5 Classic box. Indulge in a lavish meal with the $7 Supreme box. Or explore new worlds with the $9 Discovery box, now featuring the crispy chicken burrito for a truly unmissable experience.
Order filled.
Is that Tony Hawk?
Get Lux for less, only at Taco Bell.
At Ace, however you grill, we've got the perfect one for you. Because only your local Ace has all the best brands in one place, like Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, and Blackstone. That sounds pretty perfect.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Big news in the sports world, the Buss family agreeing to sell majority ownership of the Los Angeles Lakers to LA Dodgers owner Mark Walter for a franchise valuation of about $10 billion, which would be the highest price tag ever for a U.S. professional sports team.
Order submitted.
Walter is CEO of TWG Global and financial services giant Guggenheim Partners, was part of a group that bought 27% in 2021. Reports say the Buss family will still own at least 15% of the team for a period of time. Our senior sports reporter Mike Ozanian's here at Post 9 to break it down. Fascinating deal, and I guess it does outpace the Celtics?
Oh, by a mile,
Yeah.
Carl. Celtics $6.1 billion sale price. And I think if you look at the big picture of what Mark Walter may be trying to do here, is he's building a huge sports empire. He already owns the Dodgers. He's involved with auto racing. Along with Todd Bowley, owns a piece of Chelsea, the soccer team. He's a huge investor in women's professional ice hockey. So very quietly, over a period of time, he's built a huge platform of sports teams.
Kind of what's happened in Salt Lake, although on a bigger scale, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, this has been a trend, Carl. We've seen this. So Harris Blitzer Sports has done it. Of course, the most valuable sports empire, you know, we've seen Stan Kroenke, right? He owns a hockey team, an NBA team, the Rams, Arsenal, English soccer. And really what the concept is behind this, and Ted Leonsis has been on CNBC a few times talking about this, is really it's almost like a software platform, and you're taking these teams and sports-related properties. Could be a sports network, it could be a venture capital fund that invests in technology.
Real estate.
Exactly. Real estate has been a big trend, and it's like that's the IP, the intellectual property that you attach to this, and the belief is that the value of this is much greater than the sum of the parts. And that's part of the reason why you're looking at this eye-popping $10 billion valuation.
You've made the point before, Mike, that a lot of times it's the team's ownership or lack thereof of the arena that drive the economics of the sale price. I mean, it's not really the case with the Lakers here, right?
No, it's a great point. In fact, it wasn't the point with the Celtics, right? So the advantage of holding the arena is you get all the concert money and all the ancillary events that happen there. Not the case. AEG owns this. Anschutz owns this building. He owns the Kings, so they get the lion's share. Why is Jeannie Buss doing it at this time? I don't know. Perhaps her siblings. She has 3 siblings that maybe want to cash out. They probably looked at the Celtics sale price. So all of these factor in, and maybe they want to invest. She wants to be part of investments into other sports assets.
Do you think this price can be topped anywhere else?
You know what? When you guys asked me that with the Celtics, I was like, I don't think so. And here we are. You know, this is like almost $4 billion higher. So, yeah, this has been the trend in sports properties. Even in baseball, we're seeing the Tampa Bay Rays supposedly being sold for $1.7 billion. They don't even have a ballpark.
MSG Sports up 6%. We talk about that.
Bingo.
It's the next flow through of this valuation.
Absolutely. While the overall market's been down.
Yeah.
So there's no ceiling.
I'm afraid not. You know, I was told there was a ceiling the first time I valued sports teams in 1989. So
it's gone up from there, yeah.
Long run.
Mike, thanks.
Thank you.
Mike Ozanian. Next hour, former Tesla board member Steve Wesley with the latest on the upcoming robo-taxi launch this weekend when Money Movers begins after this.
When pioneering investments create waves of change, waves that ripple across the world. When an investment elevates travel experiences. When an investment nurtures innovation and accelerates new technologies to expand your horizons and go further than you ever dreamed you could. That's the PIF effect.
Let's start with the eye chart.
What makes you think I can read?
You can talk, and you booked an eye exam online.
Okay, good points.
Top line?
This is a quality, comprehensive exam.
Come again?
You asked me to top line it for you.
Okay. Bottom line?
Well, the bottom line is this is an amazing value.
I'm about to start it. Give me a second.
Maryland Global Campus, every week we learn something new. It just enhances skills that you're bringing to the table. You should never want to stop learning. There's new things that happen every day with technology. You can immediately just jump right in and use those skills. Because of my degree from UMGC, I feel confident. I have the background when I walk into any room. And you can go conquer anything in the world with UMGC.
Jurassic Park. Wait, what?
Order filled.
He's going to survive the beginning breakdown.
Order submitted.
It's a sheep.
Order filled. Order filled.
Jurassic World Rebirth. Only in theaters.
Order canceled.
Box is breakfast with the most interesting people in the world.
It's a privilege to get to talk to them every day.
It's more entertaining than any other morning show,
Order
but you might
filled.
get some useful information.
Squawk Box, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern, and streaming on CNBC Plus.
That's a huge drop. Oh my god.
Stock Exchange.
You get points by just chatting and watching, so keep chatting.
Found it then.
Yo, Mountain, check your DM.
Is this your dream of retirement? This sweet deal. I like fishing. Or is this a little more your style? Retiring well isn't a guarantee, it's a goal. It's easy when markets are going up. But what about when they're not? That's why you need this. Call for Fisher's Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher Investments Difference. 3 indispensable guides, yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317. Fisher Investments' disciplined approach will help see you through the market's ups and downs and give you the confidence you need to reach a comfortable retirement. Our fees are structured so we do better.
Man, look at that pump.
See if your dream retirement is on track. If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call Fisher today. Call 1-800-213-5317.
Yeah, NQ dump gold pump.
Source in business news. International financial markets, business news, and analysis as it happens. Live stream, CNBC Plus, real-time data. Full episodes of CNBC's Business Day lineup on demand. CNBC Plus. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
I am Polestar 3. I am pure electric performance. From the straightaways to the hairpin turns, I am designed to be driven. The drive of tomorrow. I am Polestar 3. Enjoy tariff-free pricing on Polestar 3 now through June 30th.
You're like the brother I never had. That's crazy, kids.
He wishes we could just stay this happy forever. We love it.
Yes, it's a giveaway. We got maybe 12 minutes left, so try to get your points in. I might be done trading. I'm too
your security so fast? The agents applaud. Your travel itineraries are so well written, you're on the best side. And you have access to lounges that don't officially exist. That's why you travel national, where you can skip the counter and choose any vehicle on the mobile app, because travel is the competition. Except that it is. And you're winning.
Do you want to know where to invest $1,000 right now? Well, forget about AI, quantum computing, electric vehicles, cryptocurrencies, or robotics. A little-known technology is projected to become roughly 10 times bigger than all of these technologies combined. The World Economic Forum says that it's arguably the most exciting human discovery since fire. And billionaire entrepreneur Vinod Khosla says you can make 1,000 times your money by investing in this phenomenon. But if you want to claim a stake in this revolution, you have to act fast. We're about to cross what Barron's calls an impending tipping point. So, do you want to know how to get started with this technology? Go to the website on the screen, and I'll show you how. Hi, my name is Whitney Tilson. I'm a former hedge fund manager. I've been featured in virtually every single major financial publication and TV show. How did I accomplish all this? I'll tell you this. I don't come from money. In fact, my parents were teachers who met in the Peace Corps. The secret to my success is that I have a knack for finding explosive investments in massively disruptive technologies. I bought Amazon in 1999. I bought Apple in 2000. And I bought Netflix in 2012. Investments like that helped me grow my hedge fund from $1 million to $200 million and nearly triple my clients' money. The technology that just landed on my radar might be the most disruptive and lucrative one I've ever seen. One market insider predicted that it could be even more important than the Industrial Revolution. And I want to give you, free of charge, the name and ticker symbol of the company at the center of this disruption. You don't have to give me your email address, your credit card, or anything like that. Just go to the website on the screen now.
Begins and ends with you. Personal solution. Result. Reach your goals as a wrong. You never lose focus on the life you want to build. Experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Coordinate.
Strategy that the market is playing a moment. Sit down in the closing bell market zone. Here to break down the crucial moments of this trading day. Market zone. Commercial-free coverage.
Yeah, today has a lot of movement. You get caught, it's fucked. But you caught it in a good way. You made a lot of money. It's a good day not to trade too. A bunch of people blew up today. Alright, we got about 1 minute left, okay? So good luck. Make sure you cancel the subscription if you don't pass, okay? Because it's a lot. Okay, let me get your... I'm gonna DM you on Twitter.
Be here sooner than you think. I predict this stock bull market will end with an epic crash. I believe another epic stock crash is coming to the markets based on 100 years of data.
That's your code for the 100K one step. Make sure you cancel that, okay? If you don't pass.
Countless panics and bull markets, and I found it one incredible indicator to help identify big.
Alright, let me pick the next winner.
I use this indicator.
Damn, NQ is running up. Alright, next one is Slayer. Let me see if you got the points. You're welcome, buddy. No, he only got 1 point, so he can't win. Gotta pick somebody else. Sorry, buddy. Alpha, you won, look. I'm sure you got 10 points. Yeah, you got 42 points. You good, dude. I need your Twitter. Finally. Good shit. Hope you get the payout. I got one more to go. I just need your Twitter. I'll find somebody else now. Let me pick another one. Oh, yeah, Elon. What's up, buddy? Aw, that's my boy. I got you, buddy.
You can watch my new presentation free of charge. To learn more, visit the website below.
That's the code. Make sure you cancel that, okay? If you don't pass. Let me pick the last one. Got one more left, okay? Yeah, Slay, you won. No, you didn't win. You didn't have the point. Sorry.
Working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it. It's very simple. Better rates mean faster growth, and that's exactly
Let me pick the last winner.
Star 3. I am pure electric performance. From the straightaways.
Last one is Sean. You won, Sean. I just need your Twitter. I don't remember your Twitter. I know you won before.
Enjoy territory pricing on Polestar 3. Now through June 30th.
Yeah, you got a lot of points, so you're good.
But with Stearns & Foster, that's only part of the story. We handcraft every Stearns & Foster using
Super traders on. Okay, I got you.
ultra-conforming IntelliPoints for a beautiful mattress and indescribable comfort every single night. Shop now and bring home incredible comfort during our July 4th sale and save up to $600 on select mattresses. Stearns & Foster, what comfort should be. Learn more at stearnsandfoster.com.
I think that's it. Hey, Raid. I'm gonna log off. I think I'm done trading. Too much today. Good luck, guys. Bye. Have a great weekend.